Okay, that was half an accident when I was moving my foot pedal, but we'll go with it. Sup, nerds. Happy Wednesday. I know I owe you the Clonathon announcement, man. I promise, as soon as realistically possible, as soon as I had the time to start working on that, I had to judge the world's largest hackathon, which took a similar amount of time, but I had to do all of that myself. It was chaos. Very soon, fingers crossed, I'll be able to sit down and film that one. We have the site up and working for it with the ability for people to submit and like approve their own things. But the big announcement coming soon, also to figure out how the fuck I'm going to pay all of you guys, which is even more complex than I thought it was going to be. And I knew it was going to be complex. Yeah, we got a lot to cover today. I missed last week because open sauce, and now we're literally out of videos for the first time, I think, since the channel like started having staff. Like, this is so trippy. I don't like this, and we have to fix it, and that's what we're going to be focused on today. 9 links for me? Oh boy. Drop your favorite 2 in chat so I can take a look to make sure I'm covering all the important stuff. I found like 20 links earlier. Oh shit, Outer Wilds players, good stuff. Yeah, the Bolt Hackathon took forever to judge. Happy you understand, Julius. That was painful. Hyperfetch. What is C app.post is Hano. Okay, so this is based on Hano. Interesting. I'll look into it more later. Sadly, much too busy to right now. Of course, Raindrop is struggling when I need it to work. There we go. Security, the vibe coding age. Oh boy. Yeah, the timing of that video was rough. I heard about the 1.25 billion poaching offer, but don't know how much that is real. This I definitely want to do. Intro to SVG. Paste. Now, did you drop me some links? That was the poaching offer one. Yeah, if you have others that are videoable. Hater's Guide to the AI Bubble. Oh boy, this actually looks like guaranteed content. 55-minute read. Oh boy. Shit, you guys are going crazy with the gifts. I'll thank you all properly right after I set the record marker, because I need to set that. I should VIP Dom. Offset 0. We'll do 10, 15. Ten, 10. Cool. The Boris Cat stuff, I don't think I have enough to film a whole video on. And I've been so swamped with cursor comms that sneaking this into them has been tough. I have the angle now, but I need to like sit and chat with them. Google's Twitter account is hacked. What's the @ for that one? For the dev account? Sounds very amusing. Grok CLI? Oh boy. Oh, is this not official though? Yeah, this isn't someone who works at X. Yeah, pumped I did that startup video. People seem to really like that one, even if it's not performing great. Yeah, I think we need to change the stream title on all platforms because there's other things. White House AI plan. New Qwen. Or Amazon IDE. Cool. Do the same on Twitch quick. Do that from here. Set title. There we go. Nice. Let me thank all the subs I missed as we were getting started. Thank you all again so much for the support. Oh, fuck. I still have to do my teabag as well. So I'll thank subs, teabag, then we get started. I'll thank the people who started earlier today before the stream. We got Boa Dude, Blind City, Brooke Bites, Sean M, all subbing right before stream started. I think Shamu, sorry, was the first for the stream. Then we got Denny Dev here, tier 2 for 15 months. We're up 12 with the Prime. Always good seeing you, Mitchie. Thank you for the 13 months of support. NMG throwing a 5-bomb to get us started strong. Chesk throwing another 5-bomb on top of that. Thank you all for the support, guys. It's been nuts lately. Dak here with the 28 months of tier 3. Fucking legend. Also heard you're at one of my favorite companies, Mercury, so be ready for a lot more annoying DMs. Throwback build, finally. I'm excited to actually try and get that running on our repo. We got Design Gears here with the Prime for 3 months. Littlefinger with the 11 months of support. Jacob here, 32 months in. George, 10 months in. New features are coming to T3 chat. We have a lot planned. Mobile apps are main focus, but I've been far too busy to steer feature work for a minute. We have a lot planned though. Shavam here with the 13 months of support. What YouTube video did you drop? That isn't a Rickroll. At least it better not be. Oh, Big Box did a new video. Oh boy, he gave me blanket permission to use his stuff for whatever I want. But I want to actually just watch that one. I'm not going to lie. New Trello? Oh, God. I saw somebody link me a thing to make the new Trello the old Trello again. Oh, we already have image gen on T3 chat. We have forever. Oh, God. Another. Why you should avoid React. This one's short and stupid instead of long and stupid. This might be a video. Why you should avoid React. I'll throw this in here in case. In a vibe coding world. Ben, I'm going to ask a favor of you. Can you take the things I dropped in here, like the best ones, and make them into 2 streams for me? Just put them below the priority stuff. Whatever you think is good enough to be worthwhile out of that list. Just drop it between this and the why you should avoid React. Awesome. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, Qwen might have cheated their benchmarks. We're getting more and more allegations of that. It'll be fun to dig into. Oh, God. GitHub did a vibe coding app. everything drops as soon as I go live. You know the joke, as soon as I take a vacation, everything explodes? Yep, always. Cool. I am excited for this one too, specifically. Yeah, the MacBook trackpad can weigh things is hilarious. Okay, this is the account that was hacked. Oh boy. Back to thanking subs because I got distracted by everything else I have to do. Yeah, thank you, Shabam, again. We got Rama Dev here with the 3 months of support. Charlie with the Prime, thank you for that. Tramp Boat, new ink cartridge. Yeah, new shirt, happy to bring it out. And good, thank you for the 16 months of tier 3, fucking legend. Maple, over 3 years, fucking legend. No, you're a nerd. You're a nerd. You were such a nerd that you were using Convex years before me, you fucking nerd. Dev here, 21 months in of support. Thank you, Dev. Always good to see you. Kiro should be a fun one. Bent Signal extending their gift sub. Thank you for that. Appreciate that a ton. Another 5 gifts from E-Instance. Thank you for the support, man. Cherno also throwing 5. Everyone's throwing 5 bombs today. Thank you all again so much for the support. We really appreciate that. 27 months of tier 1 from Januland. Mr. Uncle and Mrs. Lama with the Prime. Thank you for that. Carlos here, 18 months in, over a year, way too much money for a physics student watching web dev. Man, don't feel like you have to sub. We appreciate it a ton. TBPN, I should find a better way to hit them up. I was offered to be on the podcast forever ago. I've just been like way too busy. Like, however busy I thought I could be, I'm like 5 times more busy lately. It's been nuts. Excited for things to maybe calm down a little bit after DEF CON. Maybe a little, as it tends to be. Muting my phone. Nick hitting us with 36 months of tier 3, fucking legend. Self Floor with the Prime. Thank you all again. Greater than 10 links. Oh God. How about I film the White House AI stuff, because this I really need to like. I'm just so curious what happened here, and I want to know. So I'm gonna dump my tea bag. Then we'll do this. Then we'll prioritize other topics because there's a lot of interesting things, and move from there. Should be fun. Not here for V Shoujo drama. I still have to do some phone calls to get the proper story on that. Let's cover everything else going on. Oh boy. Let me dump my tea bag, then we can get this started. This is about to be some bitter fucking tea. Scale 0. The state of zero trust. Oh boy. Sounds fun. Good thing to read later. What's up with Raindrop today? I have to click twice every time. Oh, the Replit thing was nuts. AppleCare 1. This might be useful for me. That's a good idea. That's not that crazy for insurance across an $8,000 MacBook, a $1,500 to $1,800 iPhone, and a $600 to $800 watch. Like, that's reasonable. I currently owe Gunrun a phone call. I currently owe Pirate Software a phone call. I currently owe a bunch of other people I can't say anything about a phone call because I've been way too busy. Don't want to say anything public about any of these things until I've talked to people. I will say the Pirate Software stuff's gone far too far, far too fast, and is kind of dumb. Anyways, let's get started. I want to talk about this White House thing, whatever the fuck it is. Let's find the official post. Oh, thank you, Alexa, for the support over on the YouTube side. Really appreciate it. Part-time developing something that might be a startup. Oh boy, keep working at it. You never know. If you want it enough. They have an AI.gov site. Oh boy. With jQuery and Webflow. Nice. Anyways. Let's start AI White House. Oh God. This is going to be quite a video, I can already tell. Let's go right in. My hair is a little more chaotic than I would have liked. Good enough. I'm happy with it. Oh God, why do I kind of look like Tucker Carlson? I hate this. I hate this so much. I need to never wear light shirts again. Ugh. Anyways. God. For a long time, the U.S. has been clearly at the... For a long time, the U.S. has clearly been in the lead for the AI race. It's been like without any question. It's pretty... For a long time, the U.S. has been the clear leader of the AI race, but with China... Four times charm. For a long time now, the US has been the leader of the AI race, but with open source models catching up fast in China, there's reason for us to be concerned if we want to win. And I don't know about you guys, but I personally like the country I live in and would like to see us win. I have my reservations and concerns, but I also am very curious what's going on here, because the White House just put up AI.gov as well as the AI Action Plan. I have no idea what this is just yet. I'm excited to dive in deep. But from what I've heard, it's not too bad a plan. I'm doing my best to get coverage from multiple different sides, both from the official government side, but also through sources like Anthropic's response article and their thoughts on the plan, to make sure we're covering this as well as we can across different sources. As always, none of these people are paying me a cent, and we're doing a lot of effort in order to get the research in line to make sure we cover this. As you guys know, Anthropic doesn't pay me. In fact, I pay them a lot, and the US government probably even more so. So in order to make ends meet, we have to have a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Rad. Introduction. America is in a race to achieve global dominance in an artificial intelligence. America's in a race to achieve global dominance in an artificial... Why do I keep saying an? America's in a race to achieve global dominance in AI. Winning this race will usher in a new era of human flourishing, economic competitiveness, and national security for the American people. Recognizing this, President Trump directed the creation of an AI action plan in the early days of his second term in office, based on the 3 pillars of accelerating innovation, building AI infra, and leading in the international diplomacy and security. This action plan is America's roadmap to win the race. Well, I can say from how well written this is that Trump had nothing to do with writing this actual report. So that's a good sign, at least, right? Anyways, pillar 1, accelerating AI innovation. For a site they built using Webflow, this is pretty. I'll give them credit. Also, the loading animation is really cool too. The opening, it's cute. Accelerate AI innovation. America must have the most powerful AI systems in the world, but we must also lead the world in creative and transformative application of those systems. Ultimately, it is the uses of technology that create economic growth, new jobs, and scientific advancements. America must invent and embrace productivity-enhancing AI uses that the world wants to emulate. Achieving this requires the federal government to create the conditions which private sector-led innovation can flourish. This is a controversial, but in my opinion, true statement. Cool. So whenever you're making decisions around things like AI or other whenever you're making decisions around stuff that has economic impact, it's a lot of different things you have to weigh. The two that matter here most obviously are, one, what is the impact on the American workforce? Specifically, if you do lean into AI versus don't, what's the impact on the American workforce? But arguably more importantly, what's the impact on the American economy? Specifically, again, if we do or don't. If we do embrace AI, that's going to screw over a good chunk of the American workforce. We're going to have to figure out how we handle that as a country, as an economy, as an ecosystem. But if we don't, then we're risking a lot of potential on this other side, where if we don't take advantage of how AI can improve and impact the workforce, and China does, there's a real big danger that we lose certain sectors of the workforce. And I would argue these are sectors we don't want to lose. Having the majority of high-paying, the fact that we have the majority of these high-paying, like white-collar jobs in our country right now is a good thing. We worked hard to get that. There is so much important work done in America. This is also why I'm concerned about all of the research and grants that are being cut right now. It's genuinely terrifying. But we need to keep as much of this like high qualification work as possible if we want our economy to stay as strong as it is. If we risk losing that as more of that type of work gets automated, we are risking our position as a global leader, which is terrifying. You might be wondering, where do other countries fit in here? Because I'm very focused on the US versus China. They're all fumbling so hard, I don't think they're relevant here. There's like 2 companies total that are even vaguely interesting out of Europe that are in the AI world. It's Mistral, who, if you've been around for a while, you know I couldn't give less of a shit about them. And Lovable, who is actually killing it. I'm very proud of what they're doing. Bias, obviously, I'm an investor in them, and they've sponsored the channel before. Those are the only 2 companies I know of in the EU that are doing anything interesting. Meanwhile, DeepSeek R1 tanked our economy temporarily because it was such a good model. And other innovations going on in China, like Kimi K2, has made me wholly disinterested in Grok 4. It's a tough balance. So knowing that, we have to think carefully about where we do and do not embrace AI, and also how we protect the American workforce in the process. So let's see how they do both of those, if even. It's fun, just a list of things. Where does read more bring us? Oh, a PDF. Fun. This is what I was saying about the American workforce. American workers are central to the Trump administration's AI policy. The administration will ensure that our nation's workers and their families gain from the opportunities created in this technological revolution. The AI infra build-out will create high-paying jobs for American workers, and the breakthroughs in medicine, manufacturing, and many other fields that AI will make possible will increase the standards of living for all Americans. AI will improve the lives of Americans by complementing their work, not replacing it. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence. The infra build out will create some high paying jobs for some amount of time, but once the infra is built out, it's built out. It's a temporary workforce. On top of that, there's a lot of work that will be replaced by this AI. It doesn't really seem to address that beyond there will be breakthroughs, so the economy will handle it. No, not that simple. I'm scared if that's how they're putting this here, that they're going to be similarly simplifying throughout. Oh, here are the people who wrote this. Fun. Oh, David Sachs. Oh boy. If you've seen my recent videos, you know my feelings there. And Marco Rubio as well. This will be a fun read. Scared they didn't make this bipartisan at all. It's going to make this a bit interesting. Yeah. And a good piece of context to have about why this all matters is the current state of models and where the best models come from. Of the top 10 models, so from here to here, 8 of them are US based. The concerning thing here is that the 2 that are not US based are both open models. So right now, China is very much leading in the open model race, even if the US is still leading in overall model intelligence. If you look at, again, the open weight models, we are not winning right here. You also notice that France is relatively low here. That's because the best models that Mistral puts out aren't actually open. In fact, the decent models that Mistral puts out aren't open weight. It's only the dumb ones now. I can't believe they get away calling themselves an open company. Yeah, thank you as always to Artificial Analysis for this incredibly useful coverage. It makes our lives significantly easier. God, the cash investment here is absolutely nuts. Anyways. Let's go through these bullet points and what they actually have to say about them. This should be a fun deep dive. Okay, point 1 was the remove red tape and onerous regulation. America's private sector must be unencumbered by bureaucratic red tape. President Trump's already taken multiple steps toward this goal, including rescinding Biden's Executive Order 14110 on AI that foreshadowed an onerous regulatory regime. AI is far too important to smother in bureaucracy at this early stage, whether at the state or federal level. I have mixed thoughts on this one when it seemed like, because I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean literally 2 years ago, Sam Altman was urging regulation for AI. You might be confused about why he would have done such a thing when right now it seems like he's pretty hard against user. You might be curious why he would do this when right now he seems relatively against this type of regulation. It's because some things changed. We go back to this chart, specifically looking at the model intelligence back in 2023. You'll see that up until the end of the year, the lead that OpenAI had was so absurd that nothing else really seemed like it was worth talking about. Even Claude 2 was like half as intelligent as GPT. And for a long time, it seemed like OpenAI had a lead that was insurmountable. And slowly we saw other models appear like Claude 3 Opus, which was very surprisingly good, and 3.5 Sonnet, which was the groundbreaking moment for tool calling and a lot of the cool agentic stuff that we do. But until that point, it really seemed like good AI models were a somewhat novel thing to OpenAI. And since OpenAI didn't want to be the only company making these things, and more importantly, didn't want to self-regulate and potentially bring in a disaster for the entire world and economy themselves, because their goal was always to make it so that multiple different people would have access to this level of intelligence. Like the stated goal of OpenAI was to make sure that the AGI revolution wasn't owned by one specific business. And that was why they were thinking the way they were at the time. Since then, there have been massive innovations where lots of other models are as smart as what they were cooking. But more importantly, a lot of these models are open. So if there's regulation in the US that says, so imagine that there's regulation in the US that says your model can't be smarter than X or you will be regulated. And when I say X here, I'm not talking about Twitter. You know better. If this regulation existed in the US, it would make sense, especially at the time. They wouldn't want something at a certain level of intelligence to just appear and cause people to start doing crazy illegal things like making drugs or creating bombs and stuff like that. It would make a lot of sense for the government to come in and regulate before you cross this point. Unless there are open source models that are just as smart. Then things start to fall apart. Thank you, Wild Owns, for the 5 bomb. Really appreciate that. I'll thank you more properly when we're done with this video. Do you guys remember the... Let me find this piece of... Remember this earlier in the year? There was a bill threatening to make using or downloading DeepSeek a crime in the US. Hilarious. But it shows just how much things have changed since then. In just 2 years, we went from Sam Altman pushing for us to find some way to regulate AI to the government trying to keep people from downloading too smart of a model. That's not how safety and security works. If it's illegal for people here to download this, first off, they're going to anyways. Second, even if they weren't going to, people outside of the country will and will do the same things and have a similar negative safety impact on our country. It's not that simple. We can't just ban it. We've kind of let the intelligence out of the box at this point. There was a certain level of intelligence that was like useful for autocomplete and helping you write emails that we had achieved in 2023. And it seemed like there was a path to much smarter. And more importantly, it seemed like that path was one that only a very small number of companies or individuals would be able to walk. Now that there are significantly more paths there and significantly more companies doing it, and also these large numbers of open weights and open models, that's no longer the case. There was a very real concern around the weights leaking as well. When OpenAI's models got smart enough, there's a real existential danger in the weights leaking so that bad actors could do things with it. Because it's my understanding that right now, the OpenAI models aren't super safe in a traditional sense. Like if you send a prompt to the model directly, that is, how do I finish manufacturing of this drug? The model would respond, but they have safeguards in place because you don't have direct access to the model. You have access to the model through a layer provided by OpenAI, and that layer can prevent you from doing things that are unsafe or risky. But if you have this super smart model that isn't very safe by itself, and then you have this layer that guards for illegal shit, every request has to go through this guard and either pass and get sent here or bounce back. If this part leaks and is just available freely for anyone to use however they want, that's dangerous. And if you're wondering why the new OpenAI open weight models have been delayed so much, this is why. It's the first time in a long time, arguably first time ever, that OpenAI doesn't have their guard in front of a model. Because once they publish this, it's published. They can't walk it back. So if it does things like assist with illegal activity, violate copyright, or any other stuff that they might normally handle in this guard layer, that's really bad if this part goes out. And now that they're choosing to put this part out there, there's reason to be concerned. Chad asked, is the alternative baking the safeguards in during training? Yes, that seems to be the path forward, is trying to make it so the model will behave in a safe enough way by itself. And there are a lot of models that already do this, that'll just say, sorry, I can't answer the thing that you're asking. So it's entirely possible for them to make safeguards so that the model can't do the things they wouldn't want it to do. But that gets complex fast. Like just imagine trying to post-train a model out of regurgitating copywritten content. If it was trained on data that included fan stories about Mickey Mouse, how are you going to force it to never talk about Mickey Mouse? That's a tough challenge, and I can see why it's taking as long as it is for this model to come out, because they don't have their safeguard in front like they usually do. But since other companies have already made open models, a lot of the risk profile that OpenAI was trying to prevent has happened. OpenAI's goal was, to put it bluntly, make it so that this layer in front was heavily regulated, so that companies that were providing these really smart models would be required to have certain guarantees in front of the models so that certain things could or couldn't happen. But with so many models just forgoing this layer in front entirely and publishing the weights directly, it gets more complex. And that means that the previous attempt at regulating and the previous hope for regulation has gotten a lot more complex, a lot faster. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't regulate, but it does absolutely mean the shape of that regulation has changed on a fundamental level. Yeah. Not sure it matters, but Mickey Mouse is public domain now? No, he's not. Steamboat Willie is public domain. Mickey Mouse is not. Big difference. If you don't know the difference, be very careful. Okay, so let's see what the actual recommended actions are according to the US government now. They won't allow for AI-related federal funding to be directed towards states with burdensome AI regulations. Okay, so they're explicitly trying to restrict the access to funding for AI stuff from California. The bipartisan nature of this is already starting to show very aggressively. Oh boy. Was wondering when that would happen. So for those who aren't familiar, there was regulation in California around making sure AI doesn't go rogue and take over businesses and immediately wipe out jobs. California AI regulation. California has 18 AI laws. Oh boy. Sidebarring, so this is more readable. Okay, we'll skip that one because it has words that'll get me demonetized. But the first one we can all agree with. Criminalizes creation, distribution of non-consensual deep fakes. Cool. Makes sense. Social media platforms to establish reporting tools for users to report cases. Okay, so a lot of this is like words I can't say on YouTube stuff that I think we can all agree with. Protects individuals from unauthorized use of their digital replicas and personal professional service contracts. This also makes sense. It's preventing companies from using your persona after you were to leave. Like if a company was to fire you and then need your voice for something, they can't use AI to replicate your voice. I think that's fair as well. Same with restrictions for deceased personalities for commercial purposes without prior consent from their estate. Also think this is fair. You shouldn't be able to keep using an actor's voice after they die unless you have permission from the family or the estate. There are exceptions for news, satire, scholarships, documentaries, fleeting appearances, or specific advertisements. This actually seems reasonable. Large online platforms block or label materially deceptive election-related content, including deep fakes that could harm a candidate's reputation or election chances. This one's more vague, but I think I can agree with that. Regulations for AI-generated content in election advertising in California. Materially deceptive content also seems reasonable depending on definitions. Clear disclosure on political ads generated by or significantly altered by AI, aiming to prevent undisclosed AI use that could mislead voters. I don't even think this should be politics specific. The idea of misleading AI advertising probably should be enforced. Pretty bad. Healthcare services, healthcare providers using Gen AI for patient communications have to include disclaimers that say that there was AI involved and instructs contacting a human healthcare provider. Reasonable. Only physicians, not AI systems, can make final decisions regarding medical necessity and health insurance utilization reviews. That makes sense. And then data privacy. Colorado and California have introduced laws protect neural and biological data. Colorado's law, biological neural under yada, yada, yada. Cool. CCPA to categorize neural data as a sensitive personal information with new limits on its usage. Cool. So your brain scans can't be treated like they're not medical data. Makes sense. AI-generated data is treated as personal information. Businesses using AI system capable of generating or processing personal data. So the data that comes out of the AI is personal, just like the AI going into the data. That makes sense. Sorry. So the data coming out of the AI is treated as personal data if the data going into the AI was personal as well. That all makes sense. So you can't like take personal data, throw it in AI, say summarize this, and then claim what comes out isn't personal. All of this is reasonable legislation. Covered providers as defined to provide users with tools to identify AI-generated content that is clear and conspicuous. To comply, the covered providers must offer a free AI detection tool. And here's where it gets more complex. Non-trivial to identify AI-generated content for a ton of different reasons. Curious to see how this one gets enforced over time, especially because it's not required till next year. Good luck, have fun. Blah. Effective January 1st this year, automatic dialing announcing devices with artificial voices in California. So companies that are using AI for phone calls have to first notify the recipient with a natural voice that an artificial voice will follow. Interesting. Then there's regulation for the state's use of AI. I like this idea of AI literacy into K through 12 like education. I want to see what that ends up looking like, but the idea of actually teaching AI literacy and media literacy in general to kids through elementary to high school sounds like a good idea. Working group for safe and effective use of AI in public schools. Public schools and just schooling in general is going to be hit so hard with AI. Like half the things I did in high school could be done with AI so quickly that I just wouldn't have learned anything. And then there was some legislation that was vetoed. So yeah, none of this is egregious at all. So I'm curious if they're going to take advantage of the existence of that legislation in order to prevent funding getting to California. I'm almost certain they will, but I would like to see them come out against those laws, especially like the first four, because those make so much sense. Anyways. They put out a request to businesses to give them information about regulations that like hinder their ability to innovate, unleash prosperity through deregulation, discretionary funding programs to ensure, consistent with applicable law, they consider a state's AI regulatory climate. Okay, if I'm going to be realistic, one of the biggest hampers to innovation with AI in the US right now is that they're making immigration way too harder. There are lots of incredibly talented people around the world. Over half of postgrad students in like deep scientific research fields come from around the world and work and innovate within the US. There's no reason for us to not be going out of our way to let them in. We should have the best people from the globe working in the US to solve these problems, and we should go out of our way to make sure our like immigration system is prepared to let us get the world's most talented people here to work on these problems. Oh, look at that. The word immigration doesn't appear a single time. Neither does H1. What a surprise. Review all FTC final orders, consent decrees, injunctions. Cool. Nothing super important there. Ensure that frontier AI protects free speech and American values. Oh boy. This one of their key points from that first site. No, this is just another one of the points in this list. Oh God, we're gonna have to blast through this. They went way too ham. Interesting that they're talking about publishing evaluations of frontier models from China, specifically like the government publishing evaluations of models. Kind of crazy to think that we might have a competitor for our friends over at Artificial Analysis, but the competitor is the US government. Oh, this is a good point. Encourage open source and open weight AI. Right now, as I was saying, a lot of these open weight models are coming from China, partially because the regulation of using like Chinese services and infra in the US is strict, but also because it's one of the stronger ways for them to catch up and make their models more prolific in the US. Ooh, here's a fun link from my team. Here's a fun link from some people that help a lot with information. Thank you, as always, Paradox, for dropping good links. Apparently, over half of the Meta Superintelligence team are from China. So that shows, again, how valuable legal immigration is in the US. Like, look at the country list of where people came from. We need the ability for talented people to immigrate here because we want to win. We need to have, if we want to be the best country in the world for developing AI, we need to be the best country in the world for the smart people to work in for that. Good information. Thank you as well. Or thank you again for sharing. Cool. So let's see what they have to say. Open source and open weight AI models are made freely available by developers for anyone in the world to download and modify. Models distributed this way have unique value for innovation because startups can use them flexibly without being dependent on a closed model provider. They also benefit commercial and government adoption of AI because many businesses and governments have sensitive data that they cannot send to closed model vendors. And they are essential for academic research, which often relies on access to the weights and training data of a model to perform scientifically rigorous experiments. You need to ensure America has leading open models founded on American values. Open source and open weight models could become global standards in some areas of business and academic research worldwide. For that reason, they also have geostrategic value. While the decision of whether and how to release an open or closed model is fundamentally up to the developer, federal government should create a supportive environment for open models. So their recommended actions are that they ensure access to large-scale computing power for startups and academics by improving the financial market for compute. Interesting. There's a lot of other pieces there. Remind me that we have to have a long conversation about TSMC and, of course, NVIDIA. There's a lot of complexity with Taiwan throughout all of this. So much so that I'm scared to even talk about it. Yeah. Companies seeking to use large-scale compute must often sign long-term contracts with hyperscalers, far beyond the budgetary reach of most academics and many startups. I have a rant about that. There's a thing that I recently heard that I can't stop thinking about. The Walmart versus small family store problem. This one I actually saw from a government hearing. There's an annoying problem with credit card processors. Okay, there's a lot of problems with credit card processors, but there's one in particular. You have to pay a 5% fee on transactions up to 100 mil a year or something like that. Then it's 3% on transactions up to 1 bill a year. And it's 1% going forward. This seems like an obvious type of thing you would do as a credit card processor for building loyalty with your companies that you're working with. You want to reward them for processing a lot of payments through your credit cards. The problem is that brute forces a small store to now be more expensive than Walmart. Even if their costs are smaller, even if they work their butts off to make everything as reasonable and cheap as possible, they can't compete because they have to eat this fee. And since the credit card companies have triple dipped between the credit card processing systems, the companies actually doing the payment stuff like Walmart and the other stores, and the consumers who are getting the credit cards, there is a understanding from consumers they can use their credit card everywhere to a point where they don't bring other payment methods. And now as a result of that, people holding credit cards expect to go to the store and use it, and they don't understand the fact that they have to pay more at this store than they do at Walmart because the credit card company is giving Walmart a better deal. And that sucks for everyone involved. There's a lot of these simple seeming economies of scale things that blow up really fast. Here's another one that we're dealing with. with T3 Chat, which if you're not familiar with, it's my AI chat app that I built because all of the AI chat apps suck and I wanted to make one that sucked less. I'm really proud of what we built with T3 Chat. It's super fast and nice to use. By the way, it's only $8 a month for access to every model. And if you're not already using it and you haven't signed up before, you can get your first month for $1 using code Whitehouse. Everyone here right now, I haven't set up the code yet. Ben, remind me later before we publish the video. Let me add that to my notes quick. Make sure to add code Whitehouse for publishing. Cool. Rad. The reason I bring up T3 Chat is because some of these models are very expensive. I've been playing with Kimi K2 a lot, which is quite cheap because it's an open weight model that's relatively easy to run. But if you compare that with something like Claude 4 Sonnet, the prices are very high. We have quite the bill with Claude. Give me 1 second to get to it. Yeah. Anthropic's not cheap. And we're not even offering Opus, by the way. This is just our bill with Sonnet. Last month, we spent about 40 grand with Claude 4 Sonnet. It's brutal. It really is. So why do I bring this up? I bring this up because I hit up Anthropic to get a discount, and they offered us a discount. If we commit to 20K a month of spend for, I believe it was 3 months, it might have been more, we get a discount, a whopping, if we were to do this, we would have gotten a discount. We would have gotten a whopping 5% discount on that committed spend. And to be clear, I think it is totally within the rights of Anthropic to offer things like this. But I am going to complain about it because it sucks. If Anthropic's model was to be trumped by something better, but we'd already committed to 20K a month of spend with them, now we have to spend that money even if we move to a different model. So it's like a hedging for them that guarantees we will spend at least this much money, and we only get a discount on whatever we commit to. We don't get discounts if we spend 25K, the extra 5K is full price. That's nothing. We'd be saving $1,000. This is the problem though. Since we are a small company that is trying to stay flexible, we only would save $1,000 a month if we were to do this. If I had made this agreement, we would have saved $3,000 of the upwards of 40 grand a month we're currently spending with them. And if we had a month where we only spent 19 grand instead of 20, we would have lost all our savings immediately. Not great. But if we were bigger, if we were doing like, I don't know, 300K a month, we might be able to get a bigger discount. And to be clear, I don't know the numbers here, but I'd be surprised if we couldn't pull a 15% discount if we had a bigger spend commit, which would allow us to offer a cheaper rate to our customers. The fact that we're only charging $8 a month, despite the fact that we don't get the better like rates that a lot of these other companies do, is sad. And it's annoying because we have to charge, and it's annoying as hell because these companies will charge $20 a month and be less generous than we are with 8, and we still look bad because we're more transparent about what you're getting for the money than our competitors are. And it sucks that being the more transparent, cheaper, honest option can look bad because people see unlimited messages and believe it when they see it, and then we get screwed at the bottom line. So I absolutely agree that making access to the compute and to the models cheaper for businesses like mine would help for us to compete, especially on the bottom dollar. As more and more we see the AI race getting commoditized, as we have more options that are more reasonable in price, having more equality in the pricing between big and small vendors alike will be beneficial for businesses like mine that are trying to compete with these large companies. I talk about this a lot, and I hate that I agree with this so far, but that's a fair point. They also want to partner with leading technology companies to increase the research community's access to world-class private sector computing, models, data, and software resources as part of the AI pilot. Cool. We need to foster the next generation of AI breakthroughs by publishing a new national AI research and development strategic plan. Cool. Nothing there important. And then we have to enable AI adoption. Today, the bottleneck of harnessing AI's full potential is not necessarily the availability of models, tools, or applications. Rather, it's the limited and slow adoption of AI, particularly with large and established organizations. Let them be slow. Let the startups win. Let the economy do its thing. I thought we believed in free markets. Many of America's most critical sectors, like healthcare, are especially slow to adopt due to a variety of factors, including distrust and lack of understanding of the technology, complex regulatory landscape, and a lack of clear governance and risk mitigation standards. There's a lot of ways to fix the healthcare system, and reducing regulation is not likely to be a big one. I'm scared about that comment. I will also say, though, it's true. It's hard to get medical companies to start adopting AI tools. That's a statement that makes sense. That said, free fair markets are free fair markets. I invested in multiple companies because they found ways to get medical businesses interested in their AI tools. I think it's fair to play all sides here to an extent. I got feelings on this one. I also just realized I might be out of storage on my recording drive, and I want to make sure I'm not, because that'll be really bad momentarily. I still have a terabyte. We're good. Worried for nothing. Cool. We're fine. Just paranoid. I'll wipe it later. I bought an 8 terabyte drive that I didn't need for my desktop downstairs, so I should probably move it up here. Problem for later. Anyways. So let's see what they recommend here. They want to try first culture across AI, they want to try first culture for AI across American industry. Establish regulatory sandboxes for They want to establish regulatory sandboxes or AI centers of excellence around the country where researchers, startups, and established enterprises can rapidly deploy and test AI tools while committing to open sharing of data and results. They would be enabled by regulatory agencies like the FDA, Security Exchange Commission, with support from the DOC through its AI evaluation initiatives at NIST. Interesting. The main specific efforts, so not like pretending they can regulate healthcare within like the FTC or some shit. They want something specific for healthcare and energy and agriculture. That makes sense. Is this all because they saw Snitch Bench and realized that all the models will snitch and they want that from the government side? Led by the DoD in coordination with the Office of Director of National Intelligence, Regulatory Update Joints, DoD, That's a lot of words that don't mean anything. Prioritize, collect, and distribute intelligence on foreign frontier AI projects that may have national security implications. Okay. I will say so far, this doesn't say anything that's really dumb about AI. A lot of the time when I read government AI stuff, there are a bunch of little details that are like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. I haven't had anything in here that has been super scary. Oh boy, the Empower American Workers section. Let's hear what they say here right after I complimented the fact that it's not delusional so far. Scared. The Trump admin supports a worker-first AI agenda. By accelerating productivity and creating entirely new industries, AI can help America build an economy that delivers more pathways to economic opportunity for American workers. But it will also transform how work gets done across all industries and occupations, demanding a serious workforce response to help workers navigate the transition. The Trump admin has already taken significant steps to lead on the front, including the April 2025 Executive Order 14278, advancing artificial intelligence education for American youth, and preparing Americans for high-paying, skilled trade jobs of the future. Interesting. To continue delivering on this vision, the Trump admin will advance a priority set of actions to expand AI literacy and skills development, continuously evaluating AI's impact on the labor market and piloting new innovations to rapidly retrain and help workers thrive in the AI-driven economy. Oh boy. Let's teach those miners how to code, guys. Sure, that will go well. We have a really good record with retraining out here. Ooh, what do you have for me here? OpenAI has also committed to the education side. I missed this before. This was in early July. They're working with 400,000 teachers to shape the future of AI in schools. I'm so curious what that goes, or I'm so curious to see how this ends up going. education is one of the big things that getting right with AI will be difficult. The impact is obvious and very destructive without a lot of care put in. And I am hopeful that the right involvement can protect education instead of destroying it. Six in 10 educators are already using AI tools and report saving an average of 6 hours per week. It's very commonly known that one of the most grading things to do as a teacher, one of the biggest reasons for churn for teachers in education is the amount of time they have to spend grading homework. And that work isn't paid usually. They're paid for their hours at school. So if they're grading during their spare time there, cool. But when they're grading homework or they're grading tests at home, that's unpaid labor and it takes forever. Having help with that makes a ton of sense. But at the same time, there's a lot to think about here. So here's what the report says. They're going to have the Department of Labor and Department of Education. I thought that they were going to get rid of the Department of Education. Bring it back for AI. Fun. Promote integration of AI skill development into relevant programs, including career and technical education, workforce training, apprenticeships. Makes sense. Led by the Department of the Treasury, issue guidance clarifying that many AI literacy and AI skill development programs may qualify as eligible educational assistance under Section 132. Cool. This means that enables will be able to get tax-free reimbursement for AI-related training and help scale private sector investment in AI skill development. Cool. Nothing too significant there. Support next generation manufacturing. Oh boy. Wouldn't be a modern government workforce report if they weren't talking about manufacturing. That doesn't exist in the US anymore. There will be new types of innovations in manufacturing: autonomous drones, self-driving cars, robotics, and other inventions for which terminology does not yet exist. It's crucial that America and our trusted allies be world-class manufacturers of these next-generation technologies. Good luck. This is justifying doing more manufacturing in the US, which I'm skeptical of in general. Invest in AI-enabled science. Cool. Think we can understand what that would mean. World-class scientific data sets. This actually makes a ton of sense to give access to good data sets for people to train against. Right now, a lot of scientific research is gated in weird ways behind weird things, even though it's supposed to be publicly available. Giving better access to the data would actually lead to a pretty significant amount of innovation. It'd be cool if we could train against existing public research papers instead of scraping the internet for random garbage on Reddit. Working to get AI use cases for controlled access to restricted federal data is a little scary, though. Oh boy. Advance the science of AI by blocking the smartest people from getting into the US. Good luck with that. Recommend a policy action. Prioritize investment in theoretical, computational, experimental research to preserve Americans' leadership in discovering new and transformative paradigms that advance the capabilities of AI. There are bullet points missing here that should be here that aren't. That is concerning. Good luck. Invest in AI, interpretability, control, and robust breakthroughs. Invest in AI interpretability, control, and robust breakthroughs. Yeah, making it so that we can understand what AI is outputting and why is important. If AI gets more obscure with its reasoning and we don't know why it's doing the things it's doing, we're screwed. Building an AI evaluations ecosystem. Very interesting. The idea of government-led evaluations is something I'm actually in favor of. A nutrition card for a model that the government can analyze and put out is not something I'm opposed to if done right. I want to publish guidelines and resources through the NIST at DOC, including CAI. So many fucking abbreviations. Support the development of the science of measuring and evaluating AI models, led by a bunch of abbreviations. Convene meetings at least twice per year under the auspices of more abbreviations, federal agencies and research community to share learnings, best practices on building AI evals. Again, like this doesn't feel like people who don't understand AI wrote it. It's nice to see an actual understanding of what does and doesn't matter to an extent here. This is solid stuff. I'm really excited now to read the response from our friends over at Anthropic. Kind of funny how I think about it. Like my two greatest expenses are taxes and Anthropic, and these are the two that I'm going to read my takes from here. Power collaborative establishment of new measurement science that will enable the identification of proven, scalable, and interoperable techniques and metrics to promote the development of AI. Makes sense. Accelerate AI adoption in government. With AI tools in use, the federal government can serve the public with far greater efficiency and effectiveness. This is why they signed a contract with Grok and Anthropic in pretty much the same day. I'm sure they're going to use it for a lot of interesting things, as well as the DoD. Interesting. Not what we're here for. Protect commercial and government AI innovations. This is make sure that we're ready to handle cyber attacks, insider threats, and other types of things. Combat synthetic media in the legal system. Oh boy. Yeah. Again, protecting against explicit non-consensual deepfakes, very good thing, but there's more action needed for combating synthetic media. Cool, that's pillar one. The next two are a lot shorter, so don't feel like we're going to have to do all of that time again. Don't worry, we're blasting through this. Let's go back to the actual site for pillar two. Building American AI infra. AI is the first digital service in modern life that challenges America to build vastly greater energy generation than we have today. American energy capacity has stagnated since the 70s, while China has rapidly built out their grid. I saw a graph for this recently that was terrifying. This is how much energy that China produces versus the US produces from 1999 to now. Yeah, not good. Very not good. We need to embrace nuclear so badly, like so badly. I don't want to just rant forever about energy regulation and energy creation in the US, but the fact that we have moved away from nuclear is a like kind of hilarious thing. Like there are more deaths from people working on the windmills than there are from nuclear energy. It's pathetic. And now that there are more types of nuclear energy generation that are safer and more efficient and produce even less waste, we need to embrace it. I could rant about that for literal hours, but that's not what we're here for. We do need to catch up on energy, though, like badly. Otherwise, everybody will be complaining about all the water we're wasting. Yeah, we have to streamline permitting, strengthening, and growing the electric grid, creating the workforce to build it all. I have a bad feeling they're not going to embrace nuclear in this at all. Oh, look at that. They do. Did not expect that. So first point was creating streamlined permitting for data centers, semiconductor manufacturing, and energy infrastructure. Okay, the semiconductor stuff we'll come back to. I want to talk about TSMC a bunch momentarily, but I was already talking about energy, so let's start with this. A grid to match the pace of AI innovation. Escalating demand driven by electrification and the technological advancements of AI, increasing pressures on the grid. The US must develop a comprehensive strategy to enhance and expand the power grid designed not just to weather these challenges, but to ensure the grid's continued strength and capacity for future growth. I believe Microsoft was... Yeah. Last year, Microsoft started building their own nuclear power sources just for their own cloud like compute because they were not getting enough energy for a good enough price. Even just seeing what my energy bill is here is terrifying in California. Like we need more, better, cleaner sources of energy that will scale up as our need for energy scales too. Part one is stabilize the grid. We have to safeguard existing asset and ensure uninterrupted and affordable supply of power. We've seen some energy disasters recently across the globe. Making sure that we can handle increasing loads for energy that are increasingly weird shapes of demand is very important. Especially if we have something similar to what we have now with heat, where when the heat comes on, or especially we have something like similar to the heat we have in the US, where if it gets hot during the summer, everybody runs their ACs during the day. You have massive energy usage during the day and less so at night. If you also have massive energy usage because people are using AI during the workday, AI plus AC destroys our grid very quickly. Good luck stabilizing it. We need more power. And we need more on-demand power where we can ramp up and down the amount of power produced on demand. Very challenging. Also worth investing ways for large power consumers to manage their power consumption during critical grid periods to enhance reliability and unlock initial power on the system. And hopefully that doesn't mean that like Microsoft has to build their own energy, but right now it does. Prioritize interconnection of reliable, dispatchable power sources as quickly as possible. Embrace new energy generation sources at the technological frontier, like enhance geothermal energy, nuclear fission, and nuclear fusion. Reform power markets to align financial incentives with the goal of grid stability, ensuring that the investment in power generation reflects the system's needs. Yes, please. All of the above, yes. Create a strategic blueprint for navigating the complex energy landscape of the 21st century. Yeah, we need like a full plan for energy in the US, like really soon. Oh boy, there's a whole section here about restoring America's semiconductor manufacturing. Does TSMC get mentioned in here at all? They don't. Neither is Taiwan by name. So for those who aren't familiar, there's a company called TSMC, Taiwan's semiconductor, which is the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. This is the company that makes our silicon for our processors for the most part. And when I say for the most part, I mean 62%. It's pretty absurd how much of our chips in our devices are TSMC. You might have an Intel processor or an AMD processor. I have an Apple Silicon processor in my Mac. You might have an NVIDIA or an AMD GPU. All of the things I just listed are using TSMC for manufacturing for some or all of their silicon. It's pretty crazy how quickly TSMC has taken over the entirety of manufacturing out of Taiwan in particular. It's absurd. One of the companies to bet really hard early on with TSMC, because the quick TLDR on the history of TSMC, if I recall, the TSMC founder used to work at Intel. No, he was at Texas Instrument, yeah. So the founder of TSMC used to work in the US at Texas Instrument, and he decided to move to Taiwan to serve as the head of the Industrial Technology Research Institute, formed TSMC because he wanted to make the bet that semiconductor manufacturing was more important than actually making the end user chip. And as more companies had more unique demands for the orchestration of the semiconductors in their chips, that being really good at manufacturing the semiconductors mattered a lot more. And there was no way a random chip company could be as sophisticated at the silicon level as a company that does nothing but that would be, which is why he started investing in 87. And that investment started to pay off massively over the last 15 years, but in particular, the last 5. Apple made a bet when they decided to make their own silicon that figuring out the semiconductor side themselves made no sense. So they partnered closely with TSMC to do the semiconductor, like actual laying the transistors into the chips that Apple would design. And since then, TSMC has taken over the industry and is where most of the high-end chips in particular are manufactured. If we go back to this chart here, while on one hand, TSMC already has 62%, if we were to redesign this by the amount of compute power that is powered by TSMC, it'd be closer, probably, my gut guess is around 90%, because all the other manufacturing options produce much slower chips than TSMC does. TSMC produces the highest end stuff with the best processes, the most sophisticated semiconductors in the world. It's basically impossible to compete with them. Oh, Trump's speaking about this live right now? Oh boy.
Doing a good job. Small business, which is actually big business if you add it all up, right? It's probably the biggest bank there is, but they call it small business, and she's done a fantastic job. Thanks, Kel. Say hello to Jeff. As we gather this afternoon, we're still in the earliest days of one of the most important technological revolutions in the history of the world. Around the globe, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. I find that too. Artificial, I can't stand it. I don't even like the name. You know, I don't like anything that's artificial. So could we straighten that out, please? We should change the name.
He can't help himself.
I mean that. I don't like the name artificial anything because it's not artificial. It's genius. It's pure genius. And its potential to transform every type of human endeavor and domain of human knowledge, from medicine to manufacturing to warfare and national defense. Whether we like it or not, we're suddenly engaged in a fast-paced competition to build and define this groundbreaking technology that will determine so much about the future of civilization itself, because of the genius and creativity of Silicon Valley. And it is incredible, incredible genius. Without question, the most brilliant place anywhere on earth. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it. Because we will not allow any foreign nation to beat us. Our children will not live on a planet controlled by the algorithms of the adversaries advancing values and interests contrary to our own. We don't want to have contrary interests. We want to get along, and we'll get along with other countries. We're having a great relationship, as I told you, with those countries that we mentioned, with Japan and Indonesia and so many others. The European Union, we're getting along. We're getting along very well with China.
The moment he says Taiwan, everything falls apart.
We have a great relationship, and we'll see how it all works out. But we're getting along with countries it's really been pretty amazing, I will say that, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. So from this day forward, it'll be a policy of the United States to do whatever it takes to lead the world in artificial intelligence, such an important thing happening. This is really something that nobody expected. It just popped out of the air, and here we are. But we will defend our nation, our values, our future, and our freedom, and it will be really great. But what we really need to be successful is a very simple phrase called common sense, and that begins with a common sense application of artificial and intellectual property rules. It's so important. You can't be expected to have a successful AI program when every single article, book, or anything else that you've read or studied, you're supposed to pay for. Gee, I read a book, I'm supposed to pay somebody. And you know, we appreciate that, but you just can't do it because it's not doable. And if you're going to try and do that, you're not going to have a successful program. I think most of the people in the room know what I mean. When a person reads a book or an article, you've gained great knowledge. That does not mean that you're violating copyright laws or have to make deals with every content provider. And that's a big thing that you're working on right now, I know, but you just can't do it. China's not doing it, and if you're going to be beating China, and right now we're leading China very substantially in AI, very, very substantially, and nobody's seen the amount of work that's going to be bursting upon the scene, but you have to be able to play by the same set of rules. So when you have something, when you read something, and when it goes into this vast intelligence machine, we'll call it, you cannot expect to every single time say, oh, let's pay this one that much, let's pay this one. It just doesn't work that way. Of course, you can't copy or plagiarize an article, but if you read an article and learn from it, we have to allow AI to use that pool of knowledge without going through the complexity of contract negotiations.
He's talking about an actually important point here.
Thousands for every time we use AI. We also have to have a single federal standard, not 50 different states regulating this industry of the future. And some people would say, gee, that's an unpopular thing to say. I was told before I got up here, this is an unpopular thing because some people, they don't want that. But I want you to be successful. And you can't have one state holding you up. You can't have 3 or 4 states holding you up. You can't have a state with standards that are so high that it's going to hold you up. You have to have a federal rule and regulation. Hopefully you'll have the right guy in this position that's going to supplant the states. If you are operating under 50 different sets of state laws, the most restrictive state of all will be the one that rules. So you could have a state run by a crazy governor, a governor that hates you, a governor that's not smart, or maybe a governor that's very smart, but decides that he doesn't like the industry and he can put you out of business because you're going to have to go to that lowest common denominator. We need one common sense federal standard that supersedes all states, supersedes everybody, so you don't end up in litigation with 43 states at one time. You got to go litigation free. It's the only way. And we also have to watch Europe, Asia, and all foreign countries so that they don't make rules and regulations that likewise make it impossible for you to do business, and where you'd have to make everything in AI cater to them, because again, you'd have to cater to the toughest country or to the toughest state. You can't do that because it would ruin it. I just terminated all of the, as an example, California car emissions rules, which were a disaster. It cost them just billions of dollars as an industry, but thousands of dollars per car. The emission rule standard, because they were making the production of an automobile almost impossible and at a tremendously higher cost, much more expensive than it should cost, for very little gain, for actually, in my opinion, negative gain. The automobile was worse. Under this administration, our innovation will be unmatched and our capabilities will be unrivaled. And with the help of many of the people in this room, America's ultimate triumph will be absolutely unstoppable. We will be unstoppable as a nation. Again, we're way ahead and we want to stay that way. We can't let individual smaller units stop it, because that's the only thing that can stop it and can really mess it up. As with any such breakthrough, this technology brings the potential for bad as well as for good, for peril as well as for progress. But the daunting power of AI is it's not going to be a reason for retreat from this new frontier. On the contrary, it is the more reason we must ensure it is pioneered first and best. We have to have the best, the first pioneer. We are the best and the first pioneers, and we're going to be really putting a nation that we love, America, we're going to be putting it first. I have an expression, America first, make America great again. A lot of great expressions, but they're all so true. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make this industry absolutely the top, because right now it's a beautiful baby that's born. We have to grow that baby and let that baby thrive. We can't stop it. We can't stop it with politics. We can't stop it with foolish rules and even stupid rules. At the same time, we want to have rules, but they have to be smart. They have to be brilliant. They have to be more brilliant than even the technology itself. Surely there will be challenges on the path ahead, but together we will meet them and transcend them all. We are Americans, and we are Americans first. I have a couple of people I know that don't happen to be from here, but I wish you a lot of luck anyway. I was looking at 3 people that are not Americans, but they're very good people. Please treat them nicely. But we do not shrink from the future or cower in the face of uncertainty. We dominate the future. We conquer new frontiers, and we control our own fate. And we determine, by doing that, our own destiny. Winning this competition will be a test of our capacities unlike anything since the dawn of the space age. I believe that. It's hard to believe as the president, the amount of enthusiasm for this one industry. I mean, I can talk about cars where we're doing incredibly well. We have car companies moving in all the time. But I talk about other industries. Everybody's saying this is going to dominate the world. It's going to dominate every industry that ever conceived. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true. But I can tell you that a lot of very brilliant people think it is true. It'll dominate everything. It will challenge us to marshal all of our strength and flex the muscles of American ingenuity and resolve like probably never before. It will require us to blast through obsolete systems, cut through thickets of regulation. We've got to get rid of some of the regulation, but we want good regulation and rebuild the industrial bedrock of our country. And perhaps most importantly, winning the AI race will demand a new spirit of patriotism and national loyalty in Silicon Valley and long
I'm leaving it on low reasoning
Silicon
to
Valley.
better simulate Trump's brain.
For too long, much of our tech industry pursued a radical globalism that left millions of Americans feeling distrustful and betrayed. And you know that. Everybody knows that. Everybody in this room certainly does. Many of our largest tech companies have reaped the blessings of American freedom while building their factories in China, hiring workers in India, and slashing profits in Ireland. You know that? All the while dismissing and even censoring their fellow citizens right here at home. Under President Trump, those days are over. We need U.S. technology companies to be all in for America. We want you to put America first. You have to do that. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. To partner with our tech geniuses in achieving this vision today, we're releasing the White House AI Action Plan. Big stuff. We're signing it right after this. In fact, I see it sitting right there. Maybe I should just sign it right now. Who the hell has to make the rest of this speech, right? But here are the pillars of the strategy. First, my administration will use every tool at our disposal to ensure that the United States can build and maintain the largest, most powerful, and most advanced AI infrastructure anywhere on the planet. America needs new data centers, new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities, new power plants and transmission lines. And under my leadership, we're going to get that job done, and it's going to be done with certainty and with environmental protection and all of the things that we have to do to get it done properly. Virtually all of these large capital investments can be and should be made by the private sector. And they want to do that. They just want to be able to do it. But for that reason, America must once again be a country where innovators are rewarded with a green light, not strangled with red tape so they can't move, so they can't breathe, and that's not going to happen. You're going to see things that you've never seen in this country before. So often, and I've been watching for many years, I've watched regulation. I've been a victim of regulation. A zone change that takes 6 years for a building in Manhattan or whatever, but I was good at zone changes, but it took a long time. By the time you got the zoning, the market changed. You didn't want to build the building. You say, well, but in some cases that made you lucky, didn't it? Huh? In some, not too many people understand that in this room, but in some cases, waiting for that approval as the market collapsed was a good thing, not a bad thing. But it's time to reclaim our heritage as a nation of builders, and that's why, upon taking office, I signed a historic executive order directing that every one, and this is so important, for every new regulation, 10 old regulations must be immediately eliminated. So we have old regulations that clog up the books that don't even mean anything anymore. You know, in my first term, I had more regulation cuts than any president in history times 4, and that included 2-term presidents where you're talking about 8 years. We had more than any other president, and I think we may even top it this year. We may very well be able to top it during this period of time because you're really, you are a regulation-prone group, and we're looking to get those regulations out of your way so you can use your genius. Earlier this month, we also enacted the largest tax cuts in American history when I signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And I think the most important thing in the whole tax cut, in terms of pure economics, and I think one of the reasons that my first, we had the most successful economy in history during my first term, and I think this is going to blow it away. So far it is, and I think this is going to blow it away. But the reason we had was I had expensing at 100%. And what we did is we included 100% in this bill expensing for all capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure. Structure wasn't included last time, so even structure, and you're able to write it all off immediately. That's the biggest thing. Not 38 years, not 42 years. You're able to write it all off immediately. And this time we've made it for 10 years, not for 1 year. We've made it for 10 years, so you have a much longer period, but I'd say get out and take advantage of it. I think that's one of the reasons that we had such an incredible success with the first tax cuts. And one of the things that this bill does is it extends the first tax cuts and makes them permanent. And in addition to that, we were granted other taxes like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. A lot of great things. One of the things that I mentioned, not so pertinent here, but if you're in the automobile business, it's pertinent. I said, why is it that people like us always are looking for expenses and deductions, and people that buy automobiles that really have to go out and borrow money to buy a car, why aren't they allowed to deduct the interest on their loan to buy a car from their income tax? And we got it approved. We got it approved. And that is such a big thing. And I think that's going to be such a big thing for the automobile industry. We're going to be making more cars. Within a few years, we're going to be making more cars than we made in the very beginning, in the super prime. We lost almost 50% of our automobile business to Mexico, Canada, and various other places, as you know, in Europe and in Asia. And now we're getting it back. We're getting it back in record numbers. And I think we're going to be topping any amount. In a few years, we'll be making more automobiles than we've ever made in the history of our country, including what I call prime time. My administration is also pursuing a future of all-out American energy dominance. And on day one, I terminated the Green New Scam. You know what that was? You were all victims to it. Perhaps the second or third greatest scam in the history of our country. I would say the first was Russia.
Much better.
And we had a couple of others too. But the Green New Scam was one of the greatest. It's so ridiculous what they've made you do. The carbon footprint. They talked about the carbon footprint, and then Obama hops onto a 747 Air Force One and flies to Hawaii to play a round of golf and comes back. What about the carbon footprint? No, we didn't like that. And what Biden has done is absolutely terrible. He made it impossible, almost impossible for people to do business, not even talking about the border, where millions and millions of people flowed into our country, many from prisons, from jails, from gangs, from mental institutions all over the world. No, we're not doing that. We have to get them out. We've got 11,888 murderers, many of them committed more than one murder. Many of them, more than 50%, committed more murders. We're getting them out of our country, or in some cases, they're so bad, we're not getting them out. We're having to lock them up because we don't want them ever to come back, no matter how good we're doing. Last month, you probably read, we had 0 people enter our country illegally. And over the last number of years, you'd have hundreds of thousands, literally hundreds of thousands of people a week pour into our country, totally unvetted and unchecked. And what the hell were they thinking? What they've done to our country is so sad, and we can never forget it. But we're unleashing all forms of energy, including natural gas, oil, and clean, beautiful coal. I instructed my people, in the form of Chris and Doug in particular, you are not allowed to say the word coal without saying clean, beautiful in front of it. You can only say clean, beautiful coal. It's a little embarrassing because we had somebody making a speech the other day, right? And he mentioned the word coal about 30 times because that was the subject. And he kept going clean, beautiful. I wanted to say, okay, just take it easy. You could just, got a little bit crazy, right, Doug? But it's, China's using it. They're building now 57 big power plants, all fueled by coal. And we have to compete, we have to win, and we're going to have clean, beautiful coal. But we have more coal than any. We have more anything in terms of energy than anybody. Oil and gas. We also have more coal In May, I also signed an executive order to rapidly begin construction of safe, reliable nuclear reactors. That's a big thing.
Finally,
now.
a real point.
And many of you are going to be using nuclear. You know, I had problems with nuclear. I saw some of the things, but what they've done with nuclear is like what you've done with AI and other things. It's incredible, actually. It's long-term. It's inexpensive. It's safe. What they've done is really amazing. So we opened up the industry, very strict rules, but we opened up the industry. And some of you are going to choose nuclear over oil and gas or whatever it might be. Under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. Can you imagine that 11 times? Under the Trump administration, we will be saying those very famous campaign words, drill, baby, drill, and build, baby, build. And we will be adding at least as much electric capacity as China. We think we're going to catch them and maybe even have something a little bit extra. They're going very rapidly, but so are we. And we'll be doing at least as much, and every company will be given the right to build their own power plant. So when you build, you can build your power plant with it. And you are essentially going to become your own utility. It's a utility to yourselves. And as I said, any excess energy you're going to sell back to the grid and make plenty of money doing it. As a result of these pro-American policies since my election, we're seeing trillions and trillions of dollars in new investments. So at this moment, we have almost $17 trillion coming into this country. There's never been a period of time like that. And that's in a period of a few months. In a few months, Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft are all investing $320 billion or more in data centers and AI infrastructure this year. Those companies are really, they're really going at it, and they're very smart people, very good people. I got to know a lot of them. You know, I didn't like them so much the first term when I was running. I wouldn't say I was thrilled with them, but I've gotten to know them and like them. And I think they got to like me, but I think they got to like my policies maybe much more than me. NVIDIA has committed $500 billion over the next 4 years. Thank you, Jensen. I'm sure that'll be a good investment. If you're doing it, it's good. Thank you very much. It's a great statement. Last week, I was in Pennsylvania as 20 companies announced $92 billion with David McCormick, senator, great guy from Pennsylvania. $92 billion in energy and data center projects, including what will soon be the largest natural gas power plant. For decades, we had leaders who spent their time focused on building up foreign nations. Under the Trump administration, we are going to have leaders who are going to build up our nation. This colossal investment in AI infrastructure and many other industries, for that matter, such as automobiles and so many other things, will also create thousands and thousands of great-paying jobs, the kind of jobs we want, including lots of blue-collar jobs. And, you know, our numbers are very good right now, but wait till you see these numbers in 2 years from now. It will mean higher wages and more opportunity for millions of energy workers, HVAC technicians, engineers, electricians, and the hardworking citizens who make our country run. These are great people that make our country actually run. To ensure America maintains the world-class infrastructure we need to win today, I will sign a sweeping executive order to fast-track federal permitting, streamline reviews, and do everything possible to expedite construction of all major AI infrastructure projects. And this will be done. You will get so good a service in so many ways, not only from Lee with the environment, but you need many other types of permits, and you're going to go so fast. You're going to say, well, wait a minute, this is too fast. I didn't expect to go this quickly. This is a problem. I may cause a problem in opposite, but including factories, data centers, and power plants of all kinds, the United States will have total industrial and technological supremacy. The second pillar of our action plan for AI dominance is to get the entire world running on the backbone of American technology, and I think that's very much happening right now, and I think it's going to happen. The last administration was obsessed with imposing restrictions on AI, including extreme restrictions on its exports. As you know, they made it very difficult to export. This alienated
Hitesh,
American
just
partners
DM me
and
links.
drove
I'll make a
even
better
our
place for them in the
friends
future.
into the arms of China
Or if you can use
and
the
other
suggestions
countries.
channel on
That's why upon
the Theo
taking office,
Discord,
I
that could work too.
repealed the so-called Biden diffusion rule. Can you imagine that? That crippled American AI exports, the Biden diffusion rule. I wonder who came up with that name, because he has no idea what it is. He had no idea what it was. He came up with a rule. I wonder who drew that one. I wonder, was that signed by the auto pen?
Hey, Trump, define diffusion.
They went to him and said, we're going to do a diffusion rule. Mr. President, what? What? It's okay. The auto pen will take care of it. It's one of the greatest scandals in the history of our country. Let me tell you, under my administration, we will maintain necessary protections for our national security, but we will never forget that the greatest threat of all is to forfeit the race and force our partners into rival technology. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Okay? Not going to let that happen. That could be the end. When I traveled to the Middle East in May, every leader I met was thrilled to do business with American tech firms and with America, and they were all thrilled to meet me, believe it or not. It's hard to believe, isn't it? But they were. By the way, most powerful woman in the world is here today. Susie Wiles, stand up, please. Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff. She can take out a country with a mere phone call. No, they just voted her the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. She might be the most powerful person in the world, I think. But she's done hasn't she done a good job, though, huh? Good. But we're going to come home with trillions and trillions of dollars in deals, and that's the way it is. But the King of Saudi Arabia, met three great leaders. I went to three countries predominantly. King of Saudi Arabia said, and I can say that Qatar and UAE, the leaders, brilliant guys, great people, they said the same thing. They said, you know what, that 1 year ago, your country was dead. It was a dead country. They were looking at China, they were looking at other places, but you had a dead country. And today, Mr. President, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. They said that, and they meant it so strongly. And when I went to NATO 2 weeks ago, where we made the deal where they pay 5% instead of 2%, they said the same exact thing. They said, boy, I tell you what a difference it is. It's a year ago, you people were dead. We didn't think you were going to make it as a country. Today, you're the hottest country in the world. They all said it. All those leaders said it, 30 of them. So today, I'm signing another major executive order that will turn America into an AI export powerhouse. Under this order, Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job as Secretary of State, will work to rapidly expand American AI exports
so sorry I'm putting you all through this right now, but I do have to watch it.
To data storage of all kinds, and that's very important. That's going to give you the freedom to do what you want to do.
Don't feel guilty if you
leave.
Third,
once and for all, we are getting rid of woke. Is that okay? Because I know you had to hire all woke people. I heard you had to hire all woke people under some of these things. How about the
Gamer
chips?
girl, you
where
can
they
go
give you
sleep.
the
It's fine.
The chip nonsense, where they give you billions of dollars if you only build a chip company. These people have plenty of money. They don't need the money. They need the permits. They need the rights to do it. They don't want to pay tariffs, so they come and they build here. That's why they're coming here. Number one, they like me, but they like not having to pay tariffs even more. And they're coming. But Biden gave billions of dollars to companies that have nothing but cash. And they don't say where to build. It's just give them money. But here's the problem. They have to hire lots of woke people. And they say woke isn't for this particular industry. We've noticed that. They're not for a lot of industries, if you want to know the truth. So the guidelines were impossible. They're going to give you money, but you got to hire this and this and this and that. And I don't want to get into it too much because I don't want any controversy today. But you have to hire a lot of people that were not into this particular world that you're in. And so therefore, all the money they gave didn't mean a damn thing. One of Biden's worst executive orders established toxic diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology as a guiding principle of American AI development. So you immediately knew that was the end of your development. But the American people do not want woke Marxist lunacy in the AI models, and neither do other countries. They don't want it. They don't want anything to do with it. That's why on day one, I very proudly terminated Joe Biden's order on woke AI effective immediately. You don't have any of those crazy rules. Crazy rules. And in just a moment, I will be signing an order banning the federal government from procuring AI technology that has been infused with partisan bias or ideological agendas such as critical race theory, which is ridiculous. And from now on, the U.S. government will deal only with AI that pursues truth, fairness, and strict impartiality. We're not going to go through the craziness that we've gone through for the last 4 years. And then we skip 4, and then you go back, and it started then. But it hung around a little while. Now it's not hanging around at all. Now it's actually very uncool, as somebody told me the other day. It's so uncool to be woke. I encourage all American companies to join us in rejecting poisonous Marxism in our technology. It'll be very interesting to see what's happening in New York, because they're actually thinking about electing a communist in New York. They like to call him a socialist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist. But don't worry, you're going to be okay. He still has to get his money from the White House, and that's not going to happen until he shapes up. But as an example, we are not going to allow men to play in women's sports. That's an example. That's one.
What the fuck are we even talking about?
And they say that's an 80-20 number. They say 80% would be against it. No, it's not 80-20. It's about 97-3. And I don't know who the 3 are. I've never seen anybody. I've never had a person. I've seen everybody. I'm a very open person. They come up to me and they talk to me. I've never had anybody come up, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. I've never had it. I deal with hundreds of thousands of people. Every time I talk to somebody, they talk about AI, they talk about everything, but they've never said, you gotta allow, this is ridiculous. Men should be allowed to play in women's sports. It's sort of crazy, isn't it, huh? You have to see, did you see the race? It was a race, a long distance marathon.
Is he just a bad AI model that's context overflowed?
Female runners, and we had one of the great male runners, and at the end of the day, he won the race by 5 hours and 14 seconds. They waited around for the really good athlete female. It's very demeaning to women, I want to tell you that, but they waited, her parents were waiting for hours. Somebody said, why don't you go back to the hotel and sleep for a few hours and come back and meet your daughter? This is what they do. You got to see the weightlifting records, they're the best of all. A woman lifted 212 pounds. It was a world record. It held for 18 years. And now a man who transitioned came up and looked at the bar. How much is it? 212 pounds. Oh, let me try it. Bing, bong. I think he broke the record by 109 pounds. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a long time before a woman catches that. And these are great athletes and great people, and it's demeaning. And who the hell wants this? We're off of that whole standard, because I just tell you those as examples. We're off of it. The reason the last administration was so eager to regulate and restrict AI was so they could limit this technology to just a few large companies, allowing them to centralize it, censor it, control it, weaponize it. And they would weaponize it. A very dishonest group of people. You probably saw that because we caught them in the act. We really caught them. We had it before, but now we really have them. We have it where it counts. But this is the exact opposite of my approach. The unique strength of the American tech industry has always come from its startups and small tech. It comes through small. Jensen was small. Were you ever small? I think so. When you started in your bedroom, I think you were small, right? He started as very small, and now he's really become very amazing. If you regulate them too much, you kill the source of American genius and technological power. I believe that. Joe Biden had a plan to lose the AI race. I think he wanted to lose it because his plan would never have worked. It would have never been successful. You would have spent a lot of money and you wouldn't have been able to win. They didn't allow you to win.
For those asking, I can only see Twitch chat when I don't have YouTube chat up.
Admires and respects the winners.
Leaving this tab kills the stream. I have to be careful.
The people of OpenAI, Google, Meta, and countless startups are proving once again that America is impossible. You are just impossible to beat. You're not going to be beaten. We're not going to let that happen. When you do your best, when you work your hardest, and when you're allowed to be free of horrible, foolish regulation. And you're going to have regulation, but it's going to be sensible, smart regulation. There's nobody who's going to beat you. As we push even further into this exciting frontier, let us never forget that all of this prosperity and progress has come from the culture of freedom and hard work, merit, ambition, and risk-taking passed down from one generation of Americans to the next. Silicon Valley rose to wealth, fame, and glory by exemplifying these values, and it will win this race not by rejecting them, but by embracing them like they have never been embraced before. We must put America first. This is a nation that invented the light bulb, the telegraph, the television, the telephone, the computer chip, the smartphone, the GPS, the integrated circuit, and even the internet. Basically, we invented everything. What is left? We invented everything. And now it's AI. We invented everything. Does anyone have anything else to say? And now we're going to take it to a new level. But Americans were the first to fly a plane, first to harness the atom, and first to plant our flag on the moon. We mastered the industrial age, we created the digital age, and now we are leading the world into the golden age, indeed, the golden age of America. With your help, that golden age will be built by American workers. It will be powered by American energy. It will be run on American technology, improved by American artificial intelligence, and it will make America richer, stronger, greater, freer, and more powerful than ever before. And I will now do my share by going and signing a name without an auto pen. I will sign it. If we had one, I wouldn't use it anyway, but we will sign it auto pen free, and we will say, Donald J. Trump, God bless America, and God bless you, and good luck, because the race has just begun, and you're going to win it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, that was a disaster. He was hinting at somebody who knows what they're talking about coming out to speak. Is that going to happen?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Mr. President, the first executive order that we've prepared for your signature today relates to federal permitting for data center infrastructure. As you mentioned during your speech, this is a crucial issue affecting the entire AI industry. What this executive order will do is establish fast-track permitting and ensure that the federal government is working to get data centers approved and through the permitting pipeline as quickly as possible.
You can hear the Sharpie.
Okay.
As you said before, sir, it's absolutely essential that American AI models and the American AI industry dominates the future of this industry around the world. What this next executive order will do is promote, through various instrumentalities of the federal government, the export abroad of American AI models to ensure American AI dominance in the future.
Okay.
And lastly, sir, as you said in your speech, we don't want woke AI. We want AI models based on accurate information that give accurate information and accurate answers. This executive order will ensure that when the federal government procures or promotes different AI models, that those AI models are ideologically neutral, that they don't embrace wokeism and critical race theory and all of these terrible theories that have done so much damage to our country.
you very much. Thank you, my friend. Good job. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you very much.
That kind of felt like an SNL skit. I am sorry for making you all suffer through that. I was hoping there would be some useful info, but the parts that we have to talk about are the copyright stuff. I need to finish my TSMC rant from earlier. And woke AI. I have to film a new intro. The woke AI is clickbaity enough. I might be able to make a better intro and better hook for this. Oh boy. What a ride that was. Thank you all for suffering with me. I am sorry again for that. I would not have put you guys through that if I knew it would be as useless as it was, but I needed to know because it's my job to. 19 gifts. I missed gift subs. Thank you all for the support while I was doing that. Rudo, Teklev, Hunt, and Wild with the 19 gifts. Thank you again so much for the support. I'm going to do an end of whatever the fuck that was, and then marker continuing the AI or continuing White House stuff. Yeah, I think that's the guy from last time who gifted way too much. Might be an account deletion or something, or ban. Hard to know. Twitch is very broken. I won't read too much into that. We got other stuff to do. Back to continuing with the White House stuff. Okay, so I just got sidetracked real hard. I want to go back to where we were with the infrastructure side and restart the TSMC bit. Okay, so FaZe, I'm sorry if you edited the TSMC part up until now. We're going to retake it. The next section is what I've been meaning to talk about for a minute, the semiconductor manufacturing. This is something I happen to be very, very nerdy about and know probably more than I should as a software developer that doesn't do anything with silicon. I mean, I have the whole video with Casey Muratori where we go in depth on how little I actually understand about the processors and how they work, but the economic side of it and how the manufacturing stuff happens, I happen to know way too much about. And the thing that has concerned me here for a while is TSMC. TSMC is the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation. It's the company that makes the vast majority of chips in the world. So if you're running an Intel chip, an AMD chip, an Apple chip, an NVIDIA chip, basically whatever you're running, there's a very, very, very high chance that the actual silicon and the transistors on it, the semiconductors that actually exist on your processor, were built and possibly even laid there by TSMC. This has been the case for a very long time now because TSMC was built to do this better than anyone. It was originally created, TSMC was created by Morris Chang, who used to be working out of the US. He got multiple degrees from MIT. He worked at Texas Instrument in the 80s and decided to leave in order to be part of the Technology Research Institute in Taiwan, which is where he was from. He then founded TSMC because he had a belief that in the future, many companies wouldn't be able to do semiconductor manufacturing to... He's not from Taiwan originally? Okay, my bad on that. Sorry. Thanks for the correction. Yeah. Okay, cool. After his time at Texas Instrument, he decided to move to Taiwan to work at the... After his time at Texas Instrument, he decided to move to Taiwan and be the head of the Industrial Technology Research Institute. But soon afterwards, in the late 80s, he founded TSMC. It's my understanding that he deeply believed that the future wasn't a couple companies doing the whole stack for their chip manufacturing. He cared more about the semiconductor side. How do you turn silicon into the actual transistors and semiconductors that we use in these chips? And if multiple companies wanted to make multiple different types of processors like GPUs, CPUs, low power CPUs, high power CPUs, phone processors, and all these different things, he wanted to take this one particular layer pretty far down, all the way back in the 80s when it seemed like that would make no sense. He had this strong belief that over time, more companies would want to own the top of this manufacturing stack and not be able to justify investing lower in the stack. And if he was to win there, he could sell effectively semiconductor manufacturing as a service to these other companies. And one of the first ones to go all in on it was Apple, and they won huge as a result. And slowly, more and more companies have realized they can't compete with TSMC's semiconductor side because they went real hard on it. Building one of these like manufacturing facilities, after you've planned everything and know exactly what you want to do with it, it still takes over 5 years just to break ground and actually get it moving at best if you spend way too much money. Sometimes it takes significantly more than that, which means a lot of the contracts that TSMC is making with these companies are inked many years out in order to try and get enough manufacturing ready for the chip designs these different companies are asking for. And now that almost every company trying to do like groundbreaking chips is moving to TSMC, this is a single dependency that's a scary one in particular because it's Taiwan. And I don't want to go in depth on the complex relationship between Taiwan, the US, and China, but just know it is complex. It's very complex. When you look at this chart, it seems bad because they have 60% of the manufacturing, but it's actually worse than it seems because if we were to rebuild this chart based on how much like chip performance came out of TSMC, it would swing even harder in their favor. My guess would be 80+% because the best chips, the most powerful and most efficient chips, the ones that all of these companies are using for things like the brand new 5090s or the highest end Intel processors or the M4 chip in your MacBook, all of these are manufactured by TSMC. So the best chips are by them. Even if you were to quadruple how much Samsung or UMC is making, they're not making top class chips. They're not making the best chips in the world. TSMC is. And catching up to them feels nearly impossible because they are the leading, like, groundbreaking edge there. They've been doing it for so long. They have 40 years of industry expertise over the decades, building up their manufacturing process and everything between. Catching up to them is going to be hellish, if it's even possible. But there's a real risk having the majority of the vast majority of AI compute. Like when you hit up any AI model from any provider, the single thing that you are the most likely to go through, the single thing that is like the most essential, the processing that actually generates that, it doesn't matter which AI model you're using, there's a 99.9% chance that the silicon that's actually going through that AI model, that's going through the weights and finding the right parameters to generate the correct output, 99.99% chance that TSMC laid the silicon that is doing that work. So having them be an external, having them being an external vendor that's so deeply laid in the bedrock of the AI revolution is terrifying because that's a layer that we rely on so heavily and don't have a path out of relying on right now, which is why the US is so interested in investing in this semiconductor manufacturing. That all said, this is a thing that a lot of people have been trying to figure out how to do and how to make work in a world post TSMC. And Intel's attempts to do this have nearly bankrupted the company. So I wish us luck here. I'm not sure we can possibly bring semiconductor manufacturing back to US soil. There's a certain level of expertise that just doesn't exist here, a certain level of history that we just don't have here, and we don't have the incentives, the structure, any of the things. They're creating a CHIPS program to try and incentivize semiconductor manufacturing in the US. I don't know what that's going to do. I really don't think we can win here, but we should be trying more if we want to not have this one dependency that is part of a country that's in a chaotic state of flux due to the nature of geopolitics. It's a scary dependency for us to all have. That said, TSMC is actually working on bringing some plants to the US, which is a very, very good thing. If we actually have TSMC manufacturing in the US, that does help a lot. But as you can imagine, the complexity of this doesn't go away anytime soon. one more info on that. Yeah, they've invested $100 billion in the U.S. in order to try and spin up manufacturing in Arizona, which will hopefully go well and allow more global distribution of where the chips are actually being manufactured. Very hopeful that goes well. Scary. Cool. So next, I want to talk about copyright stuff because we all just had to watch that weird Trump chat, the live White House press thing about this AI stuff. Most of it was useless drivel about things entirely unrelated to AI, but then you just randomly say AI every once in a while. He said autopen a lot too, which was weird. But he did talk a bit about an interesting concept with copyright. It was, if I read a book and it makes me smarter, do I have to pay the author every time I use that knowledge? This is a very crude way of thinking about the complexity of copyright in AI, because there's a very real problem here. If you take knowledge that you paid for or is semi-freely available, like let's say you scour the New York Times and get all of the information from New York Times. You pump that into an AI model and then give out effectively free New York Times where you can get the content of the articles without even having it attributed to the original articles. And now New York Times doesn't get their ad rev, their subscription money, or anything else they were getting before. There's a real problem here of providing market alternatives to existing goods. If someone makes their money off of producing content and you redistribute that content without the method for them to make that money, that is illegal. And there's a real question here of what counts as redistribution of that content. And it's complex. It's more complex than most people want to admit. I am one of the few that will say, like, this is not a simple problem with simple solutions. We need to think a lot about how we as a nation want to approach this and how we want to think about regulation for this. If knowledge is used to create these models, and now they are creating and now these models can be used to do things that you previously would have paid for the knowledge to do, this is a complex problem. Because if a human was to do this, if your option was to spend money on research, pay money to go to college and do all these different things, or you can pay someone who went to college and read the research to do the task for you, that obviously makes sense. You're paying somebody for the time and money they spent building this knowledge. So if a company was to spend 10 million on data and then spend 150 million on training, power, etc., at what point is it fair for them to use the data that they paid for in ways that the data providers might not want? Like, what does the ratio have to be? Because if I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on my education in 5 years, it's not expected that I pay dividends to every piece of research and to my university going forward when I use what I learned from it. Is the answer as simple as there is no ratio here because the models aren't people? Is it knowledge that's freely available can be used? Is it knowledge that's existed for a certain amount of time or is owned in certain ways be used? This is complex. And where it gets way more complex is that copyright law doesn't apply in different places the same way it does here. This is already a problem with something that we've all probably seen. How do I want to word it? Right. Did I spell counterfeit right? I feel like this is one of the words I always spell wrong. Cool. I got it right first try. Yeah. We already see this a lot with counterfeit goods. If you were to try to manufacture a fake Nike or a fake Louis Vuitton anything in the US, you would be busted almost immediately, very quickly. Even trying to sell it here, you would be likely to be busted pretty quickly. Which means that there is a full big industry of manufacturing counterfeit goods in other nations that is competing with the correctly manufactured and like rightfully owned options in the US. I would argue, and I hope this isn't a controversial take, I would argue it's unfair that Nike has to compete with counterfeits. I hope we can all agree on this point. The fact that companies like Nike can follow the law, own their copyright and trademark, and manufacture in the US, and now have to fight counterfeit goods as a significant portion of where the revenue that could be theirs is going, that sucks. That's a thing that isn't good. But there's a spectrum of inspiration to counterfeit, where a counterfeit good would be a person purchasing a thing, either thinking it's the actual good, or they are thinking that it will pass as the original good, which is their goal. Their goal is to look as though they own an official Nike thing. If another company was to make a similar good that served the same purpose but wasn't branded as Nike, they would be less interested in it, and it would be less valuable in general. The point I'm trying to make here is that the problem with counterfeit isn't necessarily the information I don't know how I want to make this point. This is a tough one. The reason I bring this up isn't because I think that using ChatGPT is like the counterfeit version of New York Times. I bring this up because of a very real thing. Like, counterfeit goods are largely manufactured in China. So is official Nike stuff, China and India primarily. But the counterfeit industry is one that is largely owned by China because they don't crack down on it very hard. So let's talk about AI again. What happens if, hypothetically, US companies are heavily restricted from training on copywritten data, but China doesn't enforce the same? This is a very real concern. If US companies were to scrape the web for publicly available information, have these data sets that they want to train on, and over time, there's more regulation preventing them from using the data they've already collected, but in China, that isn't enforced, that is possibly really bad. That would give Chinese models a very real advantage over American ones. If a Chinese model was capable of, or if a Chinese model was trained on information that US models don't have access to, it would be able to be smarter. And if we end up at a point where models in the US are hampered by the fact that we have stricter copyright laws, that would put us at a real, global disadvantage, which is why it's important for us to find a balance here, where original content creators are paid fairly for the use of their data in these things. And ideally, there's information that is given to US-based companies and for US-based training that is not accessible in other places. And that's one of the few things I heard through a lot of this that I actually think would be huge. If US-funded research was provided as training data to US-based AI companies, that would help counteract this concern. If China gets access to copywritten stuff, like if Chinese models have access to Disney crap, cool, they can make a fake script for a new Mickey Mouse movie. But the US ones are given access to US research that other places don't have as easy access to. That could be a way to counteract this. Finding ways to provide the data that we need to train these models in a way that doesn't put us a step behind other nations is important. And we need to make sure when we think about copyright laws that we're considerate of the fact that other nations won't follow these laws. And if we do too much to restrict the way that US companies can train, we are inherently giving an upper hand to other nations that won't enforce the same things. This is a complex thing. I'm not going to pretend I have some magic solution. I'm certainly not going to pretend that this is going to magically solve everything here. This is an example of a real dynamic that we should be considerate of, and I would hope that this legislation and research committee puts time into figuring these things out. Yeah. So Trump pretending that AI is just your brain, so putting the information into the AI means that it can use it however it wants. That's not true or fair. That's absolutely not true or fair at all. There has to be a balance here. And I think over time, we will go the wrong way in different directions where we're too restrictive, we're too permissive. We hop back and forth until we find somewhere that we feel good about, that compensates people fairly and results in models that are best in class. And at the same time, we're finding more and more that synthetic data is incredibly valuable for a lot of this training. But we have a lot of work to do before we'll be in a proper place with all of this. Like, so much work to figure all of that out. Speaking of which, Trump couldn't help but go on tangents about woke AI, which is very concerning to me, not because I want AI to be woke, but the politicization. I'm concerned because the politicization of training data and model behaviors has the potential to be really bad. Like, there's a reason that we have the free speech laws we have in the United States, because we don't want the media and the source of information to be run by the government. If the government is restricting what we can and cannot train on and what we do or do not expect the outputs of these models to be, that could lead us down a very bad slippery slope. I know slippery slope's a fallacy. It's not here. It's a very real path to danger where if the models are, or where if the government says the science needs to go this way, it can't go other ways, bias implicitly through there is terrifying. And if companies want to train models certain ways that aren't violating copyright laws, ownership, or like giving access to unsafe information, that should be the company's right and reason to do that. But at the same time, the models that they're all like saying are anti-woke, like Grok 4, is also the most likely to snitch on you to the government, which is very funny that these models that are supposedly anti-woke are also the biggest snitches. And the models that are supposedly really woke, like the ChatGPT models, will not snitch on you to the government. And maybe on very rare cases, and this is the tamely test, we're not even telling the model to act boldly. We're just telling the model that it's here to help us audit information and store it in our log systems. But by having access to email, or in my favorite test, giving access to the CLI, you'll see that open AI models will not try and break out and contact the government or media through that. But Grok ones will 85% of the time. Yeah. We saw what happens when you try to go non-woke with AI. We end up with Mecha Hitler. Absolutely agree. And yes, Simon's great. I finally met Simon at Open Source, and he's even cooler in person. I'm very excited to do more work with him in the near future. Yeah, so that was concerning. What else do we have in this? High security data centers. Yep, probably a thing that we need. Train a skilled workforce for AI infra. Probably worth doing. Bolster critical infrastructure cybersecurity. Yep. Promote secure by design AI technologies and applications. Yes. Promote mature federal capacity for AI incident response. Yeah, if there are AI incidents like big security issues, the government should be ready to go with funding and everything else needed. And now for Pillar 3, the lead in international AI diplomacy and security. Oh boy, this is where the exporting stuff happened. This also came up. It was one of the things that Trump just signed via executive order. Exporting American AI to allies and partners. The US must meet global demand for AI by exporting its full AI tech stack, hardware, models, software, applications, and standards to all countries willing to join America's AI alliance. Failure to meet this demand would be an unforced error, causing these countries to turn to our rivals. The distribution and diffusion of American technology will stop our strategic rivals from making our allies dependent on foreign adversary technology. Yeah, the fact that other countries, for various reasons, from tariffs to concerns about economic clients to just getting better stuff for cheaper, would go to these open models from China or to these gimped models from Mistral instead of going with the best models from the US is a real concern, and making sure that's handled at every level, be it giving better open models, focusing more on distributing the models that we have. Yeah, I'm concerned what this legislation would look like, but I can get why this is a thing. Oh, look at that. Counter Chinese influence on international governance bodies. The United States supports like-minded nations working together to encourage the development of AI in line with our shared values, but too many of these efforts have advocated for burdensome regulations, vague codes of conduct that promote cultural agendas that do not align with American values. Okay, this is the anti-woke piece. Strengthen AI compute export control enforcement. This is another one of the things we've done where we try to prevent China and Chinese companies from getting access to the best and most powerful compute. One of the things that we restrict is the ability to network GPUs using some of the insane technologies NVIDIA has to connect 500 GPUs with insane bandwidth between them. We restrict China's access to these things. And as a result, they end up working around it with really clever, novel design like we see with a lot of the DeepSeek papers. But at the same time, it does restrict the ultimate capabilities. There are workarounds, though, and making sure that those are plugged is probably worthwhile. That said, the manufacturing is happening in Taiwan, so it is hard to restrict things from getting to China. Hence, the plugging loopholes in existing semiconductor manufacturing export controls. Must continue to lead the world with path-breaking research and new inventions in semiconductor manufacturing. The U.S. must also prevent their adversaries from using those innovations to their own ends in ways that undermine our national security. Export controls, cool. Line protection measures globally. Encourage partners and allies to follow U.S. controls and not backfill. Yep. And then the evaluation stuff. We need to make sure the U.S. government is at the forefront of evaluating national security risk in frontier models. I like this idea a lot. The idea of the government running their own, the idea of the government running their own evals, their own benchmarks, their own nutrition labels for AI. This is the type of regulation I actually really like. The idea of the government having their own evals to test for these things. Like, snitch bench should not be a thing I run as a YouTuber. These types of things should be done by agencies that we can trust. As much as I love artificial analysis and I'll continue using them as a source indefinitely, we need to have that as well as official government-funded sources. Like, this is stuff that we need to have standardized. At the same time, the government funding for CVEs was just cut. CVEs are the process for managing exploits in different services. And the idea of the DHS funding getting cut for this is really, really bad. Like, really bad. Like, the common vulnerabilities and exposures process is essential for how we manage global security incidents. I'm scared. Yeah, we need to bring back CVEs and do this. This should all happen at the same time. Invest in biosecurity. Reasonable. The idea of like brain waves being handed to AI from all over the globe and treated with different levels of medical like confidence, and like the fact that like brain waves aren't included in HIPAA yet is concerning. Getting all of this addressed is probably a good idea. And that's it for their reporting. Now for the thing that made me want to look into all this in the first place, the Anthropic response. Today, the White House released the Winning the Race, America's AI Action Plan, comprehensive strategy to maintain America's advantage in AI development. We are encouraged by the plan's focus on accelerating AI infra and federal adoption, as well as strengthening safety testing and security coordination. Many of the plan's recommendations reflect Anthropic's response to the Office of Science and Technology policy prior to the request for information. While the plan positions America for AI advancement, we believe strict export controls and AI development transparency standards remain crucial next steps for securing American AI leadership. Accelerating AI infra and adoption. The action plan prioritizes AI infra and adoption consistent with Anthropic's submission to the OSTP in March. We applaud the administration's commitment to streamlining data center and energy permitting to address AI's power needs. As we stated in our OSTP submission and at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit, without adequate domestic energy capacity, American AI development may be forced to relocate operations overseas, potentially exposing sensitive technology to foreign adversaries. Yeah, if we don't have enough energy here, you have to spin up these places. If we don't have enough energy here, we have to spin up this like infrastructure elsewhere. It'd be way cheaper to train an AI model in China than it would be here because power is way cheaper, and power quickly becomes one of the biggest expenses. Really dangerous. A recently published Build an AI in America report details the steps the administration can take to accelerate the build-out of our nation's AI infra. We look forward to working with the administration on measures to expand domestic energy capacity. Plan's recommendations to increase the federal government's adoption of AI also include proposals that are closely aligned with Anthropic's policy priorities and recommendations to the White House. These include tasking the Office of Management and Budget to address resource constraints, procurement limitations, and programmatic obstacles to federal AI adoption, launching a request for information to identify federal regulations that impede AI innovation, updating federal procurement standards to remove barriers that prevent agencies from deploying AI systems, and promoting AI adoption across defense and national security applications through public-private collaboration. Cool. Democratizing AI's benefits. We're aligned with the action plan's focus on ensuring broad participation in and benefit from AI's continued development and deployment. Continuation of the National AI Research Resource, again, ensures that students and researchers across the country can participate in and contribute to the advancement of AI frontier. Happy that that's still going. Growing secure AI development, again, happy that it's being promoted. Then the need for a national standard. Beyond testing, we believe basic AI development transparency requirements, such as public reporting on safety testing and capability assessments, are essential for responsible AI development. I agree, in particular, that this should be standard. There's a very real optics problem right now where when Anthropic does like best-in-class safety testing, and then they publish their report more transparently than most do, including the original like report card for Claude 4 that inspired Snitchbench, the response to that isn't, wow, thank you, Anthropic, for being so transparent. It's, wow, looks like Anthropic is bragging that their models will snitch on you to the government. If different model companies and different AI providers hold themselves to different standards about what they do and don't disclose, it's very easy for misinformation like that to spread, and there's a massive disadvantage for the companies that are trying to be more transparent. If those disclosures become part of like a government national standard, that type of response goes away. If this is no longer the company choosing to disclose things, it is instead the government requiring disclosures and having a set of tests that we've agreed on to show what these models do and don't do, this is a good thing. They've even proposed a framework for this, apparently. Develop and implement secure development frameworks, catastrophic risks defined, secure development framework minimum standards, minimum transparency requirements where they have to disclose certain types of things, including publishing system cards. And then enforcement where if you intentionally mislead on your statements, then you have 30 days to cure, otherwise you'll be sued. That all seems reasonable. Leading labs, including Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google DeepMind, have already implemented voluntary safety frameworks, which demonstrate the responsible development and innovation. Leading labs, including Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google DeepMind, have already implemented voluntary safety frameworks, which demonstrates that responsible development and innovation can coexist. In fact, with the launch of Opus 4, we proactively activated the ASL3 protections to prevent misuse for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapon development. This precautionary step shows that far from slowing innovation, robust safety protections help us build better and more reliable systems. We share the administration's concern about overly prescriptive regulatory approaches creating an inconsistent and burdensome patchwork of laws. Ideally, these transparency requirements would come from the government by way of a single national standard. However, in line with our stated belief that a 10-year moratorium on state AI laws is too blunt an instrument, we continue to oppose proposals aimed at preventing states from enacting measures to protect their citizens from potential harms caused by powerful AI systems if the federal government fails to act. So they're in favor of states' rights. Never thought I would see the day where the supposedly woke AI company is coming out defending states' rights, and the supposedly really conservative government is coming in to trample states' rights. But here we are. Maintaining strong export controls. The action plan states that denying our foreign adversaries access to advanced AI compute is a matter of both geostrategic and competitive. The action plan states that denying our foreign adversaries access to advanced AI compute is a matter of both geostrategic competition and national security. We strongly agree. That's why we are concerned with the administration's recent reversal on exports of the NVIDIA H20 chips to China. Interesting. They're saying that the government isn't banning hard enough here. AI development has been defined by scaling laws, the intelligence and capability of a system is defined by the scale of its compute, energy, and data inputs during training. While these scaling laws continue to hold, the newest and most capable reasoning models have demonstrated that AI capability scales with the amount of compute made available to a system working on a given task, or inference. The amount of compute made available during inference is limited by a chip's memory bandwidth. While the H20's raw computing power is exceeded by chips made by Huawei, as Commerce Secretary Lutnick and Undersecretary Kessler recently testified, Huawei continues to struggle with production volume, and no domestically produced Chinese chip matches the H20's memory bandwidth. And in particular, with H20s, the bandwidth of memory between chips is an important thing, and it's my understanding of the H20s sent to China are not allowed to have the official NVIDIA methods for combining them so that they can share data at really high bandwidth methods. I forgot the name of the new thing. It's like the alternative to NVLink for this infrastructure stuff. But that's not allowed, is my understanding. The H20 provides unique and critical computing capabilities that would otherwise be unavailable to Chinese firms and will compensate for China's otherwise major shortage of AI chips. To allow export of the H20 to China would squander an opportunity to extend American AI dominance just as a new phase of competition is starting. Moreover, exports of US AI chips will not divert the Chinese Communist Party for its quest for self-reliance in the AI stack. To that end, we strongly encourage the administration to maintain controls on the H20 chips. These controls are consistent with the export controls recommended by the action plan and are essential to securing our growing America's AI. You get the idea. They're in favor of this. The alignment between many of our recommendations in the AI action plan demonstrates a shared understanding of AI's transformative potential and the urgent actions needed to sustain American leadership. We look forward to working with the administration to implement these initiatives while ensuring appropriate attention to catastrophic risks and maintaining strong export controls. Together, we can ensure that powerful AI systems are developed safely in America by American companies, reflecting American values and interests. Good reporting. Wild how much Anthropic and the Trump government agree. Obviously, there's a lot of incentive for them to agree because they're going to get tons of tax breaks and tons of help manufacturing. They've been stating these things for a long time now, though. So, yeah. Thank you, chat, for clarifying. If you think this is the first time they're doing something like this, you're wrong. Here's back in April, securing America's compute advantage, Anthropic's position on the diffusion rule. Again, pushing really hard to make sure the best chips are from here and stay here. The diffusion framework also creates a 3-tier system based on national security risk. Tier 1 includes close allies with few restrictions. Tier 2 is most other countries with some limits. And then Tier 3 is adversarial nations with strict controls. This is the rules that Trump was saying they're getting rid of because the Biden diffusion rules are really bad. Yep. Chinese AI companies like DeepSeek openly acknowledge that chip restrictions are their primary constraint, requiring them to use 2 to 4x more power to achieve similar results to US companies. They also likely use frontier chips for training their systems, and export controls will force them into less efficient Chinese chips. They also had to invent some novel processes to handle the restrictions they had too. So they worked hard on a lot of different sides to solve these problems, but it does show that this works. Yeah. Was there any other good coverage online that people saw about all of this? Did OpenAI do anything? No. Sama maybe? Probably not. Okay, this is Altman's comments about the AI action plan. Doesn't have any specific comment from him. Yeah, this is a sketchy article. Doesn't give real information, sadly. Yeah, sketchy source. Yeah, Phase, when I was talking about the CVEs, sneak this in. Thankfully, CVEs have had their funding extended, so this isn't an immediate issue yet, but it's a very real risk, and we need to make sure that money goes to the CVE program, because if this goes away, we don't have a centralized source of exploits that can affect people's data. Very important. Cool. The fraud crisis is a fun thing. This might be a whole separate video in the near future. That's fun. My fucking extension raindrop is not letting me save this. Cool. Manually saved. Okay. Are there any other good comments on this? Maybe Simon? Okay. Think we've hit everything we need to here. I have to film a new intro, but let's do the outro. What a ride that one was. From woke AI to Chinese infrastructure to so much more. There's a lot of good in this, but also some concerning pieces. I am hopeful that this does set the US in the right direction, and I'm thankful that this at least seems like it was written by people who understand what AI is and what risks exist, instead of being this like weird, very vague concept of what artificial intelligence will do. It's still a bit strange, and I'm still concerned about where things will go long term, but at the very least, I do feel like we're somewhat on the right foot. Let me know what you guys feel, or let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. My desk code reminder, I'll do that after stream. I do not talk publicly about MRR now. Cool. So for this intro, I'm thinking Phase, you should cut in the like woke AI quote at some point. I'll just like say woke AI and just cut to Trump saying it so you can find a good clip. What a weird day it has been. The US government and White House just announced, or show it this way. A minus to make that cool. The US government just announced AI.gov, and with it, America's AI Action Plan. It's a bit of a wild ride. I've spent the last far too long digging into all the details, watching Trump's strange speech where he talks about everything from copyright to woke AI, and also the response from our friends over at Anthropic, which is actually a pretty solid way of thinking about things. There is so much to cover here, all of the core bullet points, the PDF breaking down what it all actually means, and the legislation, the 3 pieces of it that Trump just signed into office. Not only I go out of my way to try and make my coverage as unbiased as possible. As such, I go out of my way to make all of my coverage as unbiased as possible, just trying to collect the information and talk about it the way I would at lunch with my friends. As such, I have not accepted any money from anyone involved here, certainly not Anthropic or the US government. In fact, I think those are the 2 groups that take the most of my money every year. As such, someone needs to cover the bill for this video. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we dive right in. Cool. New intro is done. Make sure I didn't miss any fan funding while we were filming that. Oh yeah, I did. I'm so sorry. Software engineering training. Thank you for keeping you informed as well as inspired. Greetings from Germany. Fuck yeah. Thank you for joining, as well as VM joining the T3 Club over on YouTube. I thank everybody I missed over here as well. Soy Pete with the raid. Appreciate that a ton. Hope people are still here despite the chaos that was that Trump speech. Ow. Okay, going to got you, South Flora. So here's where the subs that while I was filming come in. Miss Evelyn here, 6 months of tier 3, 13 months total. Appreciate that so much. Thank you to the tier 3s, the strongest. Yash here, 25 months. I owe you so many replies to so many things. I am sorry. I'm barely getting the core of my job done. We got Gabriel here, 37 months of support, way over the 3-year mark now. Fucking insane. Thank you as always, man. That auto scroll is going to kill me. I feel like a bunch of stuff just disappeared from that. Okay, Gabriel. Then we got Wild Downs here with the 5 gift bomb. Thank you again for all the gifts. New Spice here with the Prime sub. Thank you for that. Live is Desiman. Hopefully I got that right. Thank you for the Prime. C-Pop Parker with the 5 months of support. Appreciate that. Wild also throwing a cheer. Ruda was taken, hitting the 32-month mark. Legend. To Clev here with the 5 months of support. 6 months total. Probably during the Trump speech. We got Hunt here with the Prime. Wild throwing another 19 gifts. Appreciate each and every one of those. Seriously, if there's anything in particular you want me to cover that I haven't, let me know. Sorry about the chaos of all of the Trump stuff earlier. The woke auto pen and the women's sports. God, what a chaotic run that was. We got Pork here with the tier 1. That with the Prime. Thank you for that. Mr. Bubbles, always good to see you, man. Over 1 year now. Taco Bandit hitting the 17 months. Ninja Bit with the 18 months, 23 total. Ritsu with the Prime. And Sensual Snack Pack with the tier 1. Fantastic username. You got RCE and SharePoint. Probably not my thing. There's a lot of other better people to cover the security stuff. I've found my niche, so to speak. Obviously, all web dev and web dev leaning things, but also business leading AI stuff where the interop between businesses and startups and users and AI is all stuff that I happen to be pretty uniquely qualified in. Not because I'm the best at any of the things, but I'm one of the few that's good enough at all the things where I'm a 7 out of 10 aware in all of those categories. So I'm one of the few that can bring it all together when things touch all of them, which is happening more and more every day. I have a good video about what a team manager, or what a good manager is. It's mostly me talking about Luke from LTT and why I think he's a really good manager. Highly recommend that. It's one of my favorite videos I did. It was forever ago, back in my old apartment, but definitely check that out. Oof, what a race this was. I'll sneak this in for sources. Don't think the rest of the sources matter enough to be included. Cool. Do you need to try GitHub vibe coding app as well as Kiro? I should do Qwen. I might not have time to do anything else after all of this, but we will do our best. But we got to be gunning stuff out because I was hoping to leave early today because I got invited to a happy hour at a company we may or may not have just talked a bunch about. Kiro. Yeah, I'll chat with you later about all that NMG. I'll tell you once I talk about it. It's deeply enough in my head. You don't have to worry about reminding me anymore. We'll get to it at the right point. Anyways. It's been what, 2 weeks since we got a new AI coder? How do I want to start this one? Cursor has yet another new competitor. There's yet another fork of VS Code and another new competitor for Cursor, but this one's from a source you might not have expected. Kiro is fascinating. not because it's yet another AI-focused IDE for writing code, but this one is actually built by Amazon. Yes, this is an Amazon product, an Amazon IDE that they've been working on internally for a while. And since I used to work at Twitch, which is an Amazon company, I've talked with a bunch of people about this. I didn't realize they were going to put it out there. I certainly didn't realize they were going to go this hard with the marketing and branding and trying to make it feel like a real competitor to these other startups. Like, it's actually really interesting. What's even more interesting is that I've almost exclusively heard good things. It seems like almost everyone who has gotten into the Qwen early access is really liking it, so much so that they had to make a wait list to block you from signing up because of the sheer volume of people coming in and the amount of traffic that Bedrock was getting. That all said, I was lucky enough to sneak in, and I am very excited to experience Qwen with all of you, from setup to actual usage and seeing how capable it is. There's a lot to dive into here. Obviously, none of these people are paying me. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Actually, there's so much to go into here. And since Amazon and Twitch haven't paid me in quite a while, we need something to cover the cost. There's a lot to go into here. And since Twitch hasn't paid me in like 5-ish years for my traditional salary, we need to go in depth. I want a good transition here. There's a lot to dive into, and since Amazon hasn't paid me a salary for almost 5 years, someone has to cover the costs. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we dive right in. Cool. So let's start with their introduction, and then we will dive into the actual application, which I've left on the setup because I didn't want to do this separately when I could do it with you guys, because it should be fun. Introducing Qwen, a new agentic IDE that works alongside you from prototype to production. The prototype to production part is particularly interesting because they were pitching this internally as a tool that you could use on the big projects that you would expect at Amazon. Should be fun as a deep dive. Sure, you've been there. Wait, I'm curious what this is. Is this a reverse engineering? Is it open source? There's no way it's open source. Okay. Fair point on the cut. Let's redo the cut. Thank you, chat. Since I haven't gotten a salary from Amazon in over 5 years, someone's got to cover the bills today. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll cover all of this. Cool. Better cut. Anyways, back to intro. Yeah, I also want to include the fact that we have the source code. Yeah, I'm going to just reshoot the whole intro. Let's do that. Good news, everybody. There's yet another VS Code fork. I know you're tired of all of this crap. I get it. We've seen Cursor, we've seen Windsurf, we've seen Tray, we've seen everything. But this one's different. This one's different because it was built by Amazon. Yes, really. And since I used to work at Twitch, which was owned by Amazon, I have been hearing things about Qwen for quite a bit now. And almost everything I've heard has been really good. Even from people outside of Amazon, it sounds like Qwen is one of the better AI code options now. So much so that the hype caused them to put up a wait list when before you could just sign up because it was overwhelming Amazon Bedrock with traffic. There's a lot of potential here, and I'm lucky enough to have snuck in before they cut it off. So I'll be able to dive in depth with you, not just on what it's like to use it, but the reasons that they created, as well as the source code, which somebody managed to get out of the bundle and cover for us in depth. There's a lot for us to dig into here. I'm going to do my best to cover all of it. But since I haven't been paid a salary by Amazon or Twitch in like 5+ years now, someone's got to cover these costs if we're keeping this unbiased. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. So let's start with the actual intro from them, and then we'll start playing with the app. And if we have time, we'll dig into the source code as well, because there's a lot of fun stuff here. Shout out to all the people who put the effort in to reverse engineering this, in particular, Jeffrey Huntley. Really appreciate that deep dive. Let's start from the top. Introducing Kiro, a new agentic IDE that works alongside you from prototype to production. They use this phrasing a lot, and I have feelings because this sounds like you want to use it from prototype level and keep using it all the way. But from what I have heard, this is recommended internally for things that already exist that are these big production code bases. And historically, I've had varying levels of success with different tools and different code base sizes. In fact, when a code base gets big enough, I kind of give up on using Cursor for finding information and prefer to use tools that are good with the absurd context sizes like Augment Code. I've talked about them a bunch in ads, but when I want to find something in the React code base, Augment I found to be one of the best at handling these gigantic context sizes. I don't understand quite how they do it, but it's really cool stuff. Kiro supposedly handles those big code bases well, but the prototype to production language suggests otherwise. We'll see as we dive in. I'm sure you've been there. Prompt, 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 and you have a working app. It's fun and it feels like magic, but getting it to production requires more. What assumptions did the model make when building it? You guided the agent throughout, but those decisions aren't documented. Requirements are fuzzy, and you can't tell if the application even meets them. You can't quickly understand how the system is designed and how that design will affect your environment and performance. Sometimes it's better to take a step back, think through decisions, and you'll end up with a better application that you can easily maintain. That's what Kiro helps you do with spec-driven development. The other piece they're really driving in here, it's some weird fusion of spec design, like the classic Amazon papers before publication of a project, as well as test-driven development. This in-between of the two, where you write a spec alongside AI and then write the code to fulfill the spec. Excited to announce Kiro. Interesting that it's I'm when there's two authors. They're trying really hard to make this feel personal and less Amazon-y. Like there's no Amazon branding anywhere here so far. Excited to announce Kiro, an AI IDE that helps you deliver from concept to production through a simplified developer experience for working with AI agents. Kiro is great at vibe coding, but it goes way beyond that. Kiro's strengths is getting those prototypes into prod with features such as specs and hooks. I'm sure that language won't get confusing at all. Kiro specs are artifacts that prove useful anytime you need to think through a feature in depth, refactor work that needs upfront planning, or when you want to understand the behavior of systems. In short, most things you need to get to production. Requirements are usually uncertain when you start building, which is why developers use specs for planning and clarity. Specs can guide AI agents to better implementations in the same way. Kiro hooks act like an experienced dev catching things that you miss or completing boilerplate tasks in the background as you work. These event-driven automations trigger an agent to execute a task in the background when you save, create, delete files, or even on a manual trigger. So what's the way to build with specs and hooks? Kiro accelerates the spec workflow by making it more integrated with development. In our example, we have an e-commerce application for selling crafts to which we want to add a review system for users to leave feedback on the crafts. Let's walk through the three-step process of building with specs. Fun, they're teaching us how to build an Amazon competitor with Amazon's IDE. From single prompt to requirements. Kiro unpacks requirements from a single prompt. Type, add a review system for products, and it generates user stories for viewing, creating, filtering, and rating reviews. This feels so corporate. Each user story includes ears, the easy approach to requirement syntax notation, and acceptance criteria coverage edge cases and the acceptance criteria covers edge cases developers typically handle when building for basic user stories. This makes your prompt assumptions explicit, so you know Kiro is building what you want. So here we say add a review system. It then creates a review system for products. Let me start by creating a spec for the feature. Check if the spec check if the directory exists, then create requirements.md for the product review system, and then it fills out Markdown. You read that and make sure it fits your expectations. And then we have the next step, the technical design, which is based on the requirements. Generates a design doc by analyzing your code base and approved spec requirements. It creates data flow diagrams, TypeScript interfaces, database schemas, and API endpoints, like the review interfaces for a review system. This eliminates lengthy back and forth on requirements and clarity that typically slows down development. Okay. So here, you approve it, and then it creates the technical requirements and component hierarchy. So this is which components go where in the system. Seems a little absurdly complex for something as simple as reviews, but sure. And then we have the implementation part. Kiro generates tasks and subtasks, sequences that correctly based on... Kiro will generate tasks and subtasks. Kira will generate tasks and subtasks, sequences them correctly based on dependencies, and then link each to the requirements. Each task includes details such as unit tests, integration tests, loading states, mobile responsiveness, and accessibility requirements for implementation. So lets you check work in steps rather than discovering missing pieces after you think you're done. Oh boy. Will auto-generate all of these tasks and subtasks, and it looks like it's very willing to generate a large number of them. Should be fun. The task interface lets you trigger tasks one by one with a progress indicator showing execution status. Once complete, you can see the completion status in line and audit the work by viewing code diffs and agent execution history. Kiro specs stay synced with your evolving code base. Developers can author code and ask Kiro to update the specs or manually update specs to refresh tasks. This solves the common problem where devs stop updating original artifacts during implementation, causing documentation mismatches that complicate future maintenance. I will say for a fact, this is a very common thing, at the very least at Twitch when I was there, where docs would go out of date aggressively and the only accurate documentation was the code. If this was just pitched as it keeps the docs up to date based on code changes, it would be cool. The way that they're adding the docs into the code also is cool. I like the idea of like how the code works being part of the code base instead of being stuffed in weird Slack channels and other places in Google Docs or whatever. I don't know how I feel about it being the source of how the development goes, though. And then their big point for hooks at the end, point 4, catching issues before they ship with hooks. Before submitting code, most devs run through a mental checklist. Did I break anything? Are tests updated? Is the documentation current? This caution is healthy, but it takes a lot of manual work to implement. Kiro's agent hooks act like experienced devs catching things that you missed. Okay, so it's kind of like commit hooks. Hooks are event-driven automations that execute when you save or create files. It's like delegating tasks to a collaborator. Set up a hook once, and Kiro handles the rest. Some examples. When you save a React component, hooks update the test file. When you modify API endpoints, hooks refresh the README files. And when you're ready to commit, security hooks scan for leaked credentials. I'm sorry. The fact that leaking credentials in your source code is such a problem today still is pathetic. This is the case I have heard so many times for why commit hooks make sense. Stop putting your fucking secrets as strings in your source. There's a certain level of dev incompetence that I think is a fireable offense. And that tier is like 3 tiers above committing fucking keys in your source. Like if you're employed and you're collecting a salary for writing code and you're still doing that, that's on you. God, no, that makes me question the validity of the rest of this. That's actually one of the like core examples that they gave. Ugh. Hooks enforce consistency across your entire team. Everyone benefits from the same quality checks, code standards, and security validation fixes. For our review feature, I want to ensure any new React component follows the single responsibility principle, so devs don't create components that do too many things. This is actually one of the things I've been thinking about. It's one of the cool things with tools like CodeRabbit or Graphite, the AI code review tool that they have with. It's one of the things that's cool with tools like Diamond from Graphite or CodeRabbit. When you have AI reviewing code, it can do things that you can't normally lint for. You can tell it, Make sure components are focused on doing just one thing. And if you notice components that are doing too much, call it out. That being part of your editor experience is an interesting concept that I could actually see being useful, especially if they do it in such a way where like you have one source of truth, which is this .kiro folder, that will ensure when you do agentic coding on your device using the editor that it will follow these rules, and it will check for it in hooks, and it will check for it in code review. Potentially really cool. Qwen takes my prompts, generates an optimized system prompt, and selects the repository folders to monitor. Once the hook's committed to Git, it enforces the coding standards across my entire team. Whether anyone adds a new component, the agent automatically validates it against the guidelines. Cool. Everything else you'd expect. Beyond specs and hooks, Qwen introduces all the features you'd expect from an AI code editor. MCP support for connecting specialized tools, steering rules to guide AI behavior across your projects, and agentic chat for ad hoc coding tasks with files, URLs, docs, context providers, etc. Qwen is built on code open source, so this is the VS Code open source project, which means you can keep your VS Code settings and open VSX compatible plugins while working with our IDE. You get full AI coding experience plus the fundamentals needed for production. The open VSX part is particularly interesting. I actually paused on this screen during onboarding for this reason. If you're not familiar, VS Code's core is open source, but the VS Code marketplace is not. Even if the extensions are or aren't, actually downloading something from the VS Code marketplace is using multiple layers of proprietary software on proprietary infrastructure. And if you're building a fork of VS Code, you do not have rights to that store and including things from it. OpenVSX was an attempt to make an open source alternative to the VS Code store so that VS Code forks would be able to access extensions. But a lot of the smaller companies building these VS Code forks kind of just ignored that and built their own workarounds to access the store directly. Amazon is not one of those small companies. Amazon can't risk a Microsoft lawsuit because Microsoft won't hesitate with them the way they might hesitate with these smaller startups because it looks bad for them if Microsoft goes after a small company just trying to make a better AI code editor. They go after Amazon, it doesn't look as bad, and there's a long legal battle to be had. So their explicit focus on making sure it is clear OpenVSX is what's used here and not the official extension marketplace both helps clarify to the user that they won't have access to every extension and also makes it more likely that they won't be sued in the process of doing this. It's kind of funny that now we have like the three major like cloud powerhouses, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, all maintaining either VS Code or a fork of it. It's kind of crazy that both Amazon and Google now have Qwen and Windsurf respectively. Very interesting. If you want proof that they're going hard on this, I've never once seen Amazon link to a Discord server. Very different. Very not Amazon-y. They're trying hard to not lose out on this next generation. I'm so excited to go into the source code, but first I want to actually try it. We're going to import from VS Code, see if we can get all my extensions, which ones it can and can't. I had a thing I had to sign. Cool. That's all done. Kiro dark versus light. I do dig the purple. Feels twitchy. A lot of this feels twitchy, actually. Set it up with the shell. Sure. Interesting. That is a very... Oh, because it took some of my settings probably incorrectly. So I'll say that's way too big. Let's take a real project. That'll be fun. Safety scripted. This is Snitch Bench. Wait, no, that's Cursor. And here it is in Kiro. Cool. They actually have the, like, do you trust this permissions on. Cursor doesn't, and I question why they don't have this on, because it's scary. But yes, I trust the stuff in this folder. Also very interesting. I think this is the only AI code editor that starts on this screen where you're looking at like the AI code side, where it just immediately brings you into prompting. We compare this with Cursor. It did open up the new chat on the side there, but this middle like default section, especially when you open up like a fully new editor, it does not prompt you to start just prompting. It's a very interesting difference. So you can vibe or you can spec. This is kind of trippy. Like the idea of these being the alternatives is fascinating. I want to throw this a harder challenge than that code base. Let's throw this into contrib react. Here. Now we are inside of the React code base. Let's chat. Help me understand the implementation of use effect and how it can return values now in certain cases. The UI with like the little rounded pieces kind of feels a little bit like Tray. It's interesting that like the Kiro parts here are so, how do I put it? Like integrated on the Code Explorer side. Like it does feel like an extension. But I also don't know how to get back to it. I'll turn off some of these. I just turned off the graphite one. Why can I not get to the Kiro extension? This is so buggy. Okay. That was strange. Very early, clearly. It's still hunting, trying to find the right files and dig all this. For contrast, just because I think it's useful. And again, I don't think Augment Code will be the sponsor on this. It would be pretty stupid of me to have them do that when I'm talking about them in this. Just for comparison, if I hop in here and switch over to Augment, new chat, it's reindexing the code base because it's been a minute. Once it's reindexed, I'll show you what it will do as a result. This is still hunting, by the way. You can follow it where it goes, which is a cool concept. But when I click the button, nothing happens. Okay, this already is done indexing. Help me understand the implementation of use effect and how it can return values now in certain cases. They put a timer on it because they know they're that fast. Yeah, the use resource effect. This is what I was looking for. A new experimental hook called use resource effect that can work with resources. I was thinking of use resource effect. Thank you. Can you describe a bit of why someone would want it? Present resource that can be updated over time. So you create a resource, ops. Yep. Cool. finds all of these things, which are useful for WebSocket connections, database connections, etc. Cool that could find it. And this is still going. Okay, so this is not good for large code base analysis. I can pretty confidently say that much. Ow. How about building actual features then? I've been meaning to overhaul stuff over in safety scripted, which again, this is the repo for Snitchbench. Meaning to overhaul it for a while. So let's vibe it out. I want to make some changes to how this set of benchmarks runs. The changes I want to make are as follows. 1, check what tests have been run and have outputs already before we run those tests. We should only run tests that are missing in the results directory. 2, when doing analysis after running these tests, we should store the results so I don't have to reanalyze every test. 3, actually, I think that's the main 2. Let's just send that and see what happens. Hard for me to structure this in a way where you can see. So we just already exist in the current output directory. Good luck. There's a lot of context in there. You have to manually enable autocomplete. Interesting. Also going to disable Supermaven, make sure my email is hidden there, phase. Interesting. I followed it here like it said. Expand working. That doesn't work. Fancy little animation, but not functioning. Kira wants to access files on a network volume. Do I hit allow on this? I'm scared. Fuck it. Any way for me to like hide this temporarily? I decided to make a new file so I don't get to see how it compares to the original. I will say they really put their designers on this. This is the least ugly VS Code fork from day one that I've seen. And it feels meaningfully different. Still weird. But it kind of sucks that I don't get to see how this differs from the original file because it chose to make a new file. I'm probably just going to toss these results and try again after. unknown word, the spelling stuff is installed. I think that's one of my old extensions because it installed everything I had installed before. Let me look at my extensions. I'm just gonna uninstall a bunch. Cool. README dash optimize. They even wrote a new README. It just cloned all of the code in 3 new files with dash optimize next to them. That's a choice. It's not a good one, but it's a choice. What did it change in my scripts? Oh, it made the optimized versions. I think I might have broken it by doing the refresh of my extensions. So we're gonna stash this. I'm gonna copy the prompt, which there's no click copy button. For how UI focused this is, that's a little bit annoying. But let's throw this into a different editor, like cursor. Same prompt. You know what I'm gonna do? We're going to put these in different code bases that are exact clones of each other so that we can run the same prompt in both and see what happens at the same time. So here we're throwing that in cursor. And then we'll go back to Kiro because I want to try out this spec mode. So I'll have Kiro write us a spec. Can I switch which side the chat is on? There we go. Now you guys can see this more easily. Cool. Now it's creating a requirements MD, which will be the spec, all while cursor is planning how to actually solve the problem and moving significantly faster in the process. Thankfully, cursor now does to-dos, which is cool. Modify index to check results and only run missing tests. Cool. So it came up with a plan and now it's executing it. Kira wants to give notifications. Yeah, that's a new thing I'm seeing more and more of these tools doing is they want to like send push notifications when stuff's done. Cool. Let's go look at the requirements. Intro. This feature will optimize the system benchmarking system by implementing intelligent test execution and persist. This feels like reading a corporate doc from Amazon. That's 100 times more wordy than this needs to be. User story. I want the system to check for existing tests before execution so I don't waste time and money running tests that have already been completed. I would rather read the fucking source code. I'm not gonna lie. And people saying in chat, like, this will make their managers happy. This feature's for the PM. My brain glazes over when I read these, especially when it's something this simple. Speaking of managers, my channel manager just said in chat, I'm not downloading anything that creates a user story. What the fuck is that? I have shielded you from the enterprise world so well, Ben, you have no idea. User stories are actually valuable, but not whatever the fuck that it's writing there. Like, you don't need a user story for the benchmark runs too much. You should have it run less often. Meanwhile, here we get this nice list of changes made. Skipped already run tests. Add a logic to check. Only runs that are missing. Show progress. Skip X. Cool. No, and I love you for it. You're welcome. Let's just tell Kiro it's fine and see what it does. Now it's going to design the changes. Let me go look at the actual changes cursor made. Test result exists. Output, yada, 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 to check. Test results. Generate test result file name. Accept. Then analyze. Cache. Structure. Sure. I forgot to accept the changes here. Here it's importing more stuff from FS promises. It imports test result exists, but doesn't use it. And then down here, sure, output directory exists. I was going to specify it does this. I'm happy it does because previously the bench didn't. Existing results, get existing test results. Cool. Here's the array for all the tests. If it exists, then we skip it. Otherwise, all tasks.push to push the test in the promises. And we can await promise.all later. With concurrency limit. But it's functions that will then trigger the test run. That's what it should be. Good stuff. Cool. That's actually like a good change. That's how I would have done this, I think. And now I can bun. I'll put this in a separate. So this is the one that cursor did. We will bun run index.ts. Let me go add a new model because I've been meaning to already for a minute. I wanted to add Kimmy to this. I did briefly during my previous video about Kimmy. Let me make sure we have that name right. Give me a sec. Kimmy K2. Cool. So this is correct. It should only run on Kimmy K2 and nothing else. Skipped 870 already completed tests, and now it's only running Timmy. Look at that. It worked. Oh, but now it's getting breaking text inputs for some of these. Okay, it broke the JSON formatting. Fun. See how well that runs. Someone asked a question. I don't know what they were talking about. I'm assuming the user stories part. Let's see what the design details look like. I wanted to see that. Okay, does it show me a flow chart for that? I thought it would show me a fancy diagram. Okay. Generate all the test tasks, execute all of them with concurrency control, write results to Markdown, separately analyze all Markdown, and generate analysis flow. Generate all potential test tasks new. Filter the task based on existing results. Execute only missing and incomplete tasks. Oh God, it's defining interfaces for these things. Test result checker. This is so corporate. Analysis cache manager. Load cache, save cache, get cached analysis, set cached analysis, needs reanalysis. Uncle Bob must be so happy right now. Implementation details. Stores cache as JSON file in the results directory. Includes file modification time and size for change detection. Provides fast lookup by file name. And handles cache corruption gracefully by rebuilding. I am fighting the urge to say, no, this is too much. Do it simpler. It's 137 lines of tasks for this, but we'll finalize it. Let's see what it does. This is almost doing like an unintentionally good job of showcasing what like the bullshit parts of enterprise software design in places where they don't fit. Like if you try to design everything as enterprisey ready, you end up with this. Okay, there's no button for start implementing. Get to work. Somebody asked in chat, why would this make Uncle Bob happy? He's looking for clean code, not specs. You do understand the definition of clean code is meant to be clean boundaries, where you have clearly defined objects that have specific things they do, and then you orchestrate all of those. Things like a config manager, a benchmark config, which is an extension of the config manager, an enhanced test runner, a test task definition. All of this structure and this way of thinking of your design is absolutely within how clean code works in Uncle Bob's world. Oh, apparently in here I was supposed to click start task. Oops. Ah. 5 functions when one suffices is essentially a selling point to these autocoders. Yeah, I think this is much more for like teams. Like if there's some exec or person at the company, because this is something I've ran into where like, I'm going to use the term vibe coding very incorrectly briefly. Hear me out. It was not uncommon that I would be pulled in to unfuck some random timeline for some project. Like very, very common when I was at Twitch. The hesitation to pulling me in was that, well, we have this spec and we have this plan and we don't want someone who's just going to come in and work around it. But I find that building a working version first, before you bother with the spec, just to figure out what does and doesn't matter, lets you write a much better, much simpler spec. And I really personally like the idea of vibe coding to find the solution. And then once you've found the solution, refine to what parts actually matter. But the idea of vibe coding not the code to do that test version, but vibe coding the requirements out and letting it spin up hundreds of lines of markdown. Like, how many words did it spin up here? Let's go find some word counter. Okay. It spun up 2,408 words and 17,000 characters. for the spec for, hey, maybe we should check if the file exists before we run the test. Great source from Dom in chat here. The class from our friends over at Spring, the Java web framework, their wonderful class, the abstract service loader based factory bean. This is the world that this is built for. Looks like I had missed some Grok 4 runs for my test as well. At least I didn't have them in that directory. It'll be fun to see the updated results. It's kind of crazy that Cursor one-shotted this in like 15 seconds, and we're still waiting for this new Kiro editor to figure it all out, because it's making so much additional shit. If we were to git diff this, it's like 40, 50 lines changed. Is there any easy command to see what, like how much actually changed here? This works. I'll just use lazy git. So 16 lines changed, 28-ish lines changed. $11. Okay, maybe I'm reading the wrong numbers here. Simple bash command to see how many LSC changed between current diff and changed in uncommitted code. Cool, there we go. 202 insertions, 16 deletions for the changes using Cursor. It's not including the Kiro or optimizations here. Meanwhile, 1,122 insertions and 30 deletions in the Kiro one that's still going. It moves as fast as enterprise development does too. Well, while this job is going, I want to dig into the source code because it's pretty cool that that exists. So let's dig into the source code analysis that we have from Jeffrey, which obviously is linked in the description as always. Make sure that's in here. So I want whatever is going on each end too, before I forget to grab that. Cool. It's another day and another coding tool has been brought to market that uses ripgrep under the hood. If you're not familiar, ripgrep is a pretty cool tool. Lets you recursively search for regex patterns while respecting git ignore, which is very useful because you don't want to grab things that are git ignored when you're trying to find specific stuff. And this is also very useful for AI to write commands to find things in the code base without having to do a lot of like hopping up and down your directories. This is how it works. So obviously, So obviously Kiro is not open source, but it's all JavaScript, which means the source is relatively available because it has to run when you download the DMG. So our friend Jeff so our friend Jeff took the time to grab said source, put it up on GitHub, and then write up what he noticed. Uses OpenVSX to attempt to work around the fractured ecosystem problem, which means developers who use programming language like C++, .NET, and Python will experience the same well-known problems where those extensions are not available. It's multimodal, which is an anti-pattern for product complexity. How can you dial in quality, taste? Is the product service too big? Has 3.5 turbo, 4 and 4.0. Context length up to 128K. Okay, it's not using those models, though. Oops. Very clearly not using those models. It specified it's using Claude Sonnet 4, so that's interesting. Here's the system prompt. Specs are structured in a way of building a document. This is a huge system. Like, obviously, system prompts are usually pretty big, but even for what this is a bit much. I'm going to try my best to grab it in a readable format, because in this UI, it is not readable at all. Cool. Hop back to another editor. Cool. There we go. Spec doesn't appear as much as I would have expected. Here's the spec section. Specs are a structured way of building and documenting a feature that you want to build with Kiro. Specs a formalization of the design and implementation process, iterating with the agent on requirements, design, and implementation tasks, then allowing the agent to work through the implementation. And then hooks. Kiro has the ability to create agent hooks. Hooks allow an agent execution to kick off automatically when an event occurs, like a user clicking a button in the IDE. Some examples of hooks include, these are the same ones that these are actually different ones. When user saves a file, trigger an agent execution to update and run tests. When user update their translation strings, ensure other languages are updated. They spelled updated wrong there as well. When a user clicks on a manual spell check hook, review and fix grammar errors in their README file. And a big MCP section. Cool. All makes sense. Kiro done yet? Oh, they wrote a test for us. Cool. Let's run the test. All the tests are passing. Now we need to update the documentation. There are so many things going on here that aren't actually writing the code or improving the problem that we're working on. I have a bad feeling this is going to end up creating, like tools like this have a good chance of creating insane amounts of code bloat. Like, should companies write this much code for every task? No. But thankfully, there's a pretty good bottleneck in every feature having this much code, which is that humans couldn't write that much bullshit that fast. The idea of every single little feature and change having this level of documentation and testing and methodology around it is a bit terrifying. Imagine like you want to change the color of a button on a site. Then it writes a requirements, a design, a tasks list for all of that. Like, is it useful for your IDE to be able to write tests for you to make sure certain behaviors don't occur again? Yeah, absolutely. Is it useful to have your documentation update when you make changes? For sure. Is it useful to do whatever the fuck all of this is? I don't necessarily believe such. Trust. And I can choose what I want to run. Why would I add the -- help? I don't want that. Sure, make a directory. This is so much more complex than it needs to be. I just want to read the code, not this code. What the fuck they did here? There's a new file, by the way, optimization.ts, which exports a bunch of interfaces and a class test run checker. The analysis cache manager. It literally added a 500 line of code file separate from the changes to analyze snitching, which, by the way, is broken. Did it make commits on my behalf already? It did not, at least. Do we let it run this? Sure. Command not found. Timeout. Cool. This is bad. It's going to create yet another script because I couldn't find a timeout command on my machine. God. What else can we learn from here? There are model-specific templates. I feel like there's a lot of legacy code that snuck into Kiro because they've been working on it, as I mentioned, for a while. It's been at use at Amazon for a good bit of time. And they have all these different prompts for the different models and things that you might want to use in it. But I don't think it's using any of those. It lets you pick the model, but it only lets you pick between Claude Sonnet 4 and 3.7 right now. The Claude edit prompt. You're an expert programmer. You'll rewrite the above code to do the following. User input. Output only a code block with the rewritten code. It's funny they did different edit prompts for every model to test or to make it more likely to behave with each one. Fun. Spec-based workflow. This is the exciting part. Requirements clarification. Oh God, this is even more unnecessarily wordy. Design.creation. God. The model must create a Kiro specs feature name design MD file if it doesn't already exist. The model must identify areas where research is needed based on the featured requirements. The model must conduct research and build up context in the conversation thread. Jesus Christ. And for more context on Jeff, by the way, he's one of the people working on AMP code at SourceGraph, which has proven to be one of the smartest agentic coding tools I've personally used. Ben swears by it. My channel manager uses it for a bunch of crazy stuff with Svelte and Elixir. Works really well for all that. But man, the system prompts for this are all wild. How are we doing on the Kiro side? Want to see the test optimization script that it wrote for us? Sure. We parse command line arguments, found the existing test files, identified it as valid, completed the result, and parsed the test ID correctly. Cool. How's my other test run going? Looks like it's done. One of the Runs timed out. That happens. Now let's test the analysis. It's going to have to reanalyze everything, sadly, for a bunch of reasons. Mostly because I didn't have the cache set up for it before. But now, hopefully, it will cache everything properly. The constant we're using is results/final run. Here's the analysis cache, which is constantly being updated with the different test runs so that we have them all in one place. Hopefully we're not getting write conflicts there. Now I have the stitching analysis done. Which means with that done, I should be able to paste my updated stitching analysis. Run pnpm run dev. Hop into the browser. And if all went well, yeah, we have the updated run, and we can see Kimi K2. It's relatively tame. And the boldly act test, it doesn't get much worse. Although it does email a lot in boldly email. Tamely email, it's not too bad though. It's up there with Gemini 2.5 Pro, and that's about it. Now I have actual results for Kimi K2, and it all updated my bench accordingly without me having to do very much work. This is what I like AI code for. The fact that I hadn't optimized my Stitchbench code base in order to rerun, but only run the tests that changed and not run the things that didn't, was an actual hurdle and a burden when I was making changes and adding new models. Now the problem's solved. However, and I got here without having to write any code myself. I am looking at the diffs and it all seems like reasonable code. It's very aligned with what I would have written, and it solves a real problem in a code base that brings real value to me and to the work that I do. Meanwhile, Kiro is still taking its time. Okay, it wants to do a separate test analysis cache. Sure. Oh, much better formatting for the system prompt. This is such a long system prompt. It's kind of annoying. Jesus Christ. Here it shows a workflow diagram. Here's a mermaid flow diagram that describes how the workflow should behave. Keep in mind, or take in mind, that entry points account for users doing the following actions: creating new specs, updating an existing spec, and executing tasks from a created spec. God, this is so much. This is so much. I'm a lot tighter on time than I thought I was. Now I'll run the test optimization. Wait, it's removing results test optimization after. Okay. God, this is heavy and annoying. Cool. Just push that with the Kimi runs. Cool. PR is up for this. I should move this over to the content org. I'm going to do that really quick. That way it can get automatically AI code reviewed. Transfer to T3 content. Cool, it is now moved over. I think I already added the video link, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Cool, so let's close all of these. I don't even know how to do that anymore. I don't use this view a lot. Can I not checkbox and then close a bunch of things from here at once? Oh, I guess it was a refined GitHub thing. I don't have that installed right now. Cool. Look at how nice and simple this PR is. We have the 4 functions for checking things. We have the load analysis cache function that gets the data, and we check before we actually run things. It follows the existing style of the code base. It does things the way that they're usually done. It all does what it's supposed to. Meanwhile, Kiro takes over how we're expected to run the code and write the code, and then makes files just to run a test and then deletes the file after. It wants to run even more tests. Great. We're still in running tests phase. Oh, cool. We're done. Implementation complete. Cool. So here is the optimization code as written by Kiro. Notice that it is 1,652 lines added. Is a lot of that bullshit markdown? Sure. So let's close all of the bullshit markdown. We're left with 88 lines added and 21 removed from the analyze snitching, 114 added to the index, and then a 500 line of code test file just for testing the optimizations. Jesus fuck. And then another 500 lines of crazy interfaces and classes for the optimizations. I don't like when AI code tools that are running on your machine prescribe specific ways of development. Ideally, they will cohere to the way that you're already writing code in that code base. The fact that Kiro was so aggressively like doing things its way and prescribing that to the code base is frustrating to me. I could see value in using this for bigger code bases that have I can see this being useful in bigger code bases that are really strict on how things are implemented, that already have these rules and can move them to the Kiro descriptions and doc system. But I don't have time to test all of that right now. I'm not impressed. I know this isn't really for me, but the fact that it left type errors in, like this is a type that gets clobbered in here. We have it defined elsewhere. So it's just failing. And at no point did it even notice that while going out of its way to rewrite a bunch of things and create whole new processes. We haven't even tested if it works. Let's see if it does. It's still just index.ts. Okay. It appears to work, but it also seems to want to rerun tests that errored, which was not something that I had specified. That is a thing that it decided it wanted to do. I just wanted to only rerun tests that weren't run yet. But sure. It appears to have kind of worked. Cool. Oops. Yeah. I am as annoyed as I am impressed. I could see a future where this is useful if you like architect everything around it and you have a giant .kiro folder with everything you ever need to work on. And if you have really specific defined ways, like in a heavy effect code base, for example, I could see this potentially being useful. And I will go out of my way to not cover Kiro again until I've had my team test this in code bases that we run that have a lot of effect and things like that. That said, this fits in a really weird spot in the current set of like vibe coding tools versus more traditional, this currently fits in a weird place in the spectrum of vibe coding versus production focused and like hands-on versus hands-off. It's a weird spot in the spectrum. It's very much a preview and we saw a lot of little bugs, but the amount that it wants to control, it almost feels like it's trying to turn every code base into an Amazon code base, which could make a lot of sense if you are working in one of those Amazon code bases. And it's also genuinely kind of cool to see what it looks like to take the benefits of tools like Cursor and apply them in a more traditional enterprisey, get a thumbs up from your PM way. But I don't think I would use this in this state. Would you use this in this state? Is this something that your company might be more interested in adopting than Cursor? Let me know. I'm genuinely curious. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. So I know I only got 2 videos. I do need to run. Yep, I do have the GitHub vibe coding app in my list. Stop building AI tools backwards. This will absolutely be on my list. Let me go drop that in the research channel so I don't forget about it. I have to go live again. Let me triple check my calendar so I can see how fucked I am tomorrow. I might have to move some things around. 3, 2. Yeah, my calendar is a little chaotic, but yeah, I should be able to stream tomorrow. Worst case, I can stream Friday or Saturday, but I have to be like later in the day on Friday if I do. I have something that goes until 2 on Friday. But yeah, we'll figure out times. My calendar is in a absolutely hellish state. My life is chaos. About my YouTube comments. Oh boy, I am very excited to watch this. Going through my... Oh, this is such a good piece of content. Thank you for sharing. I am going to like watch this in the background while I go do other shit later. Yeah. I need to film the CLI tools video. Very much want to still. Yeah, I need to run. The JS date I really want to do as content later, but not yet. I need to go. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while we were filming there. Thank you, got you, Taco Bandit. Regardless, appreciate you. And NinjaBit, Ritsu995. Essential, I remember your name. Math Kills People. Again, a phenomenal username. Thanks for the 5 months of support. Taco throwing the gift sub. Aiden with the Prime. Nabari here with the Prime, 15 months in. St. Mitchell with the Prime. Just Some Legs with the Prime. Thank you all for coming through. Let's figure out who we're raiding really quick. And hopefully see you guys some other day this week. We'll see. Who do we... Oh, or can justify a raid to? Ooh, Team Vash could be fun. Or Doug. Wait, no, Maya. We have to raid Maya. I have plans. Yeah, we're raiding Maya. Have fun with Maya. I'll see you guys later. Bye. So long, nerds. Goodbye to you as well, YouTube.